Yes. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the July. I wish it was January. The July 20th, 2023, 9 a.m. Regular planning board meeting. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Seeing we have a quorum, we'll call the meeting to order. And does any member of the planning board have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest with regard to any item on the agenda? And if so, please state so at this time. Sybil?
No, I do not.
And I do not?
I do not.
I do not.
Okay, seeing that there's none, we have a draft agenda before us. Does anybody wish to amend the agenda? And if not, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the draft agenda as written.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, no more discussions. The agenda is accepted.
No, we need to vote.
Vote. Okay, sorry.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's summertime, guys.
That's right.
Public comments on agenda items. Seeing we have somebody in the audience, sir, would you care to make a public comment?
You've come to podium. Name and address, please.
Yeah, please come up.
Take your time. It's not a rush.
I actually don't have a comment, but I just felt I should introduce myself since I'm the only one here. So I'm Fitz Reed. I'm a resident of Ocean Isle Beach and specifically Ocean Ridge Plantation. We noticed on the agenda the UDO update. And
Yes.
That's the primary reason I'm attending.
Okay, well, welcome. We appreciate your interest. Thank you, sir. Going to item number 4, our UDO update. This is our second planning board meeting in the process of reviewing the final draft of the revisions for our present UDO. Today we resume with the start of Article 3, zoning, which is going to be probably the one that we've made the most changes to, and one of the more articles used by our town staff in our planning work.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can I indulge the board for a minute? I know we hate to do this, to go back for one item. I have my notes are not clear on something that we might or might not have done or missed I think missed in the last meeting, that maybe Wes and Chad can confirm or not. Can you guys look at on page 2-39 under notes to see if an item we talked about or not? It's section 2.1, it's conditional zoning, 2.17B5I. I had a note to bring up, and I don't know if I did it or not, I guess. That in that section there where we asked for the non-residential uses, providing the height, the footprint, etc., that I was going to request that we add also multifamily attached properties. Did we talk about that? Or?
Yes. In your, did everyone receive the appendix, the submission requirements appendices?
Yes, but I've not reviewed them
That's
yet. 'Cause
okay.
We just got them.
And so those submission requirements have been folded into that appendix, and it says now for non-residential and multifamily or something to that effect.
Yeah. So
It is addressed.
is addressed there,
It's the
but do we need to add it there then too?
No. So this. That language was added because that's the UDO language, but now the submission requirements are moved into the appendix with all the other submission requirements. So
Would it be clearer to have it again repeated here, though, so that people, without
No,
reading
unfortunately, on the
appendix,
last
would
one we did, the applicant voluntarily provided that information, but it ended up being quite useful.
It's in the appendices with the other submission requirements, similar to the other site plan requirements. It's in there for you to review. Once you review it, we can talk about whether it needs to be repeated, but it's been addressed and it's in there.
But the submission requirements are kind of a practical document in terms of these are all the things you have to.
That's why we have an appendix.
Yeah.
And it's in table format for all of the submittal types, and you'll
Right.
see And so it's almost like a checklist that
But
you've got there.
shouldn't those submittal requirements reflect something
Mm.
that is in the UDO as
The
opposed to?
UDO refers to them. It just
Well, I
says
think
the
what
other.
Ron is saying is it's not covered.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Ron
Sufficiently
asked the
not.
question. Ron, are you satisfied with Wes's?
Well,
Let me show you where it is.
Well, I accept that it's there.
We've already gone over it. We talked about it last meeting, and we said it would be added. It's now been added.
So we
Well-
did discuss that.
That's
'Cause
correct.
we couldn't remember whether we had actually discussed multifamily in that.
Been addressed. I can point. Ron,
No, you don't.
Exactly.
yeah, you could
Exactly.
give me the page number, A what? As you can see, I didn't review it either yet.
It's okay.
Well, we just got it, so it's. I didn't figure we'd reach it today.
For residential units,
Can you give
this
a
is
page?
on A3,
Yes,
the third
for residential
third
uses.
row down. For
Okay.
residential uses, the number of units, heights, in a generalized location. An approximate footprint shall also be provided for all multifamily residential uses.
In a conditional zoning application.
That's right, because it says master development plan, and master development plan is what is submitted for conditional zoning.
Okay, so then we don't need I period then, right?
That's correct, and that's what I was alluding to. That
so
the
I may be-
entirety of this section is now in here, similar to the other site plan requirements.
How about if we remove it?
Or just say appendix A.
That's right. All of that will be
Ah.
when you get Article 2 updated today, based on our last. That will no longer be in there because it's in here.
Didn't know that.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I was going to
No wonder I
explain that
couldn't
to
follow
you
my
later.
notes.
Okay. Do you see why we're not just trying to be
No, it's okay.
problematic here, but it's
It's all right.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you for.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Ron.
Thank you for going over that. All right, as we start Article 3, I have a question for Chad and Wes. We've just been given, and we can discuss it, but we've been given the municipal code items that were the very first thing we did more than a year ago when we went back and made suggestions. And I can see that and I've looked at the Muni Code revisions that you've generated, and I think everything is good there. But there's going to be some discussion.
Okay.
My question is, should we immediately go into that now? I would suggest we wait until we're finished with all of the, like Article 7, and then we go into Appendix A and the municipal code as the last item.
Sounds good to me.
Does the rest of the board understand what the question is
Yeah,
here?
whatever the appropriate place is to review it.
I would say our goal would be to let's see if we can get through the most of Article 3 through 7 as possible, and then
Okay.
we'll and then you're going to get revised Article 1 and 2 today based on the discussion we had at last meeting. And I don't know if we've got a framework for time, on when we I know
I'd like to get Article 3 at least finished today. And if we
Okay.
do that, then I would suspect that we can finish up in one more meeting.
Okay.
And that would get us a little bit ahead of the curve that we've established for ourselves in the August 3rd and August 4th meetings that we've already scheduled.
Sounds good.
So and maybe we'll get more than Article 3,
And-
but Article 3 is important.
That's right. And let's just remember our framework here. We are talking about substantive things that remain unaddressed. If there is a word change that is likely the same thing, perhaps we don't need to go through that,
All right?
right?
Okay.
Because we've gone through
Are
it
you
once.
looking straight at me?
Yes, I.
All right. I'll like to start the process
Let me
by
know which ones you want changed.
by going to
Oh,
going
no.
to
Here we go.
3.1 going to 3.1D, compliance with district standards. To me, it should say no, and this is all new words. No land within the town, including the ETJ. I would like to add, including the ETJ.
I
But-
have it in my notes.
I
It's
do
not
not.
in mine.
It's not in
It
mine.
wasn't in mine.
Well, guess I was here
Where do you,
that day.
what's
it-
the date in the top of your right-hand corner of your page?
August 18th, 22.
Mine's May 25th, 2023. So mine is newer.
Okay.
Why don't we just call it planning jurisdiction?
All right, that's fine.
Uh,
That's
Call it
fine.
a day.
And also comprehensive plan needs to be capitalized. We've already beat that
Yep.
to death.
Yep.
All right, including ETJ or the new wording you suggested within the
Planning
territorial jurisdiction.
Planning jurisdiction.
Planning jurisdiction. Okay.
It's basically replacing the word town, right?
Yep.
No land within the planning jurisdiction shall be developed.
Yes. Do you agree with that, Wes?
Should we perhaps phrase it as the town's planning jurisdiction?
Well, I think that's
Whatever legally is correct.
It's implied there.
Yeah, I think it is implied. One of the things that, and Wes stopped me here, but MR1 talks about on 3.2 base zoning districts. MR1 talks about mainly residential, and it talks about golf courses, but MR2 does not mention golf courses.
And that's backwards, right?
And well, it's both ways.
There's no golf courses in MR1.
You are right. There are no golf courses in MR.
One, it's not in the table, I don't think. Got to go back, got to find the table too.
And that may be something that transferred from our original
Could be.
UDO.
Yeah, I made a note of that too, that was wrong.
Yeah, this is the original language that's carrying over from our existing UDO.
But golf courses are
Yeah,
not
there's-
in
there's-
the table on
There's
page.
no golf courses in MR1. Ron is right. So it just needs to be transferred there from
yeah.
1 to 2. Take golf courses out of 1, but add it into MR2.
Thank you. And I had a note on that. I am not sure why that was not included. Similar, I had a note on planning jurisdiction. So thank you. I'm not, both of those, I don't know if there was, anyhow, yes,
Okay.
golf course got it. Planning jurisdiction got it.
So golf course is out in MR1.
Yes, and but it needs to be inserted in MR2 because there are golf courses in MR2.
Yeah.
right.
Significant
Oyster Bay.
amount of golf
Yeah.
courses.
Got
Oyster Bay, right?
Yep.
On MR2A, we have planned residential development, but we took that out of MR2 because planned residential development is
Got rid of it.
yeah, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
So we should take that out of MR2A.
It's out of mine. And you're saying I have the wrong.
Well, it's not the wrong way.
And yeah, these things have already been done according to my plan, according to my notes.
And yours is older?
Yeah,
That's
yours
Yeah.
is August of last year.
Oh, didn't we, is that the section we replaced from the non-strikeout to the strikeout? No, that was 2.
Those two. I've got May 25th is what I'm looking at.
I'm
That's
looking
what
at
me
May
too.
25th.
Do you
also.
have
I'm looking
May
at May
25th?
25th too.
Probably.
And Richard, you have a May 25th?
I have a May 25th,
Okay.
but I also,
But I mean, if it was done on August 18th and redone on the 25th, and then we're still going back to what was on the 18th, that's confusing.
It is to me too, but
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the same document you are. But
Yeah. Well, same one I put on there.
Yeah, everything I have is May 25th.
Yeah.
But do you see where Wes, is that making sense to you that
Yep.
that the wording might
Yeah,
need to be
yeah.
changed?
I got it. We didn't. That was not a change that was suggested at the first one, but
I agree. I
uh,
agree. It's new to me.
Okay. All right.
Article 3.2, base zoning districts, item number 3. Planned residential development needs to be stricken.
Okay. I'm up with you now.
Let's start over with Richard. Richard, as we move into 3.2 base zoning districts, do you have some items on that article?
no, I think we're okay. Yeah, because this is, well, I guess what concerns me is it almost looks like the later version is more current.
I think that one page. I don't know if if we had an issue in my office internally on that page with some of the strike throughs. But the next page, because I just looked at this, I've got all the changes based on my notes. That page, there was something funky going on, but I've got all. But anyways, we can go through it. But it appears that I've gotten all the changes on page 3-2.
Well, we're going to be working off of the May 25th one.
We are
that's
working off the
in-
May
in order.
25th.
Okay.
That's right.
Ron, do you have anything
It's
in
right here.
3.2 base?
I own
3.2, I
the
agree, the
original
golf courses was wrong, but
This
I also
okay.
show it in this version, the table's
Don't push
not
it.
right.
Can we
Yeah,
get to the table? Because I know you are correct in what you're saying.
yeah, because the table is showing a PS for MR1
Yeah,
for golf course.
you're right. But can we wait until we get to the table? Because I'm on the
Okay.
same path as you are.
Yeah.
Sybil, do you have anything under 3.2?
No.
The plan residential item still is in number 8 in 3.2. I'd like to suggest that be stricken. And again, this may be the same, number
It's
8 for
It is.
BR2.
For BR2, it just says residential.
Residential plan has been struck in my
Land has
version.
been struck.
Oh, you're right,
Yeah.
you're right. And,
Yeah.
okay, so that is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. All right.
But look, yeah, well, okay.
Let's start back again. Richard, 3.3 overlay districts.
No, nothing. One thing, I'm sorry, I do want to go back to the MR3. Okay, no, it's just the definition, not the requirements. Okay, never mind. All right, yeah, 3.3. No, we're good.
Well, let's stay where he is. MR3 says exclusively. We've used the word exclusively and primarily, I think, maybe incorrectly in a couple areas. Here is one. MR3 is not exclusively, because we do have some commercial that is within MR3.
Well,
So-
are we?
So that would really be the appropriate word there.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute, because I think what we were trying to do in the changes to MR3 was to kind of make MR3 potentially a multi-use give it some flexibility to do multi-use development.
Well, it already does, but it's by special
Use permit.
yes.
So we
But
can
now
change
that
it
we
to-
have conditional rezoning in place, it seems to me that we can say, no, MR3 is strictly this. And if somebody wants to make expand what's in MR3, they can submit a conditional rezoning.
Well, but it's not exclusively, because there's other ways they can go about it,
Right.
the conditional zoning and or a special use permit.
Right.
So it's not exclusively. That means it would exclude anything else. Primarily, I think is the appropriate.
primarily is
exclusively-
fine.
All right. Wes is agreeing with
Exclusively is
primarily.
also fine. This is not controlling what's controlling.
Leave it
is
alone
in the
then
table of the
if you're
use.
satisfied with
But
it.
it's fine for it to be primarily, so what matters what's in the table of uses. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to stay with exclusively, or we're going with?
I think primarily is okay to change it.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anybody, Sybil, we're on to 3.3. Do you have anything in the overlay district?
No.
Let me look.
Um,
No, I'm good on the overlay district.
okay, Richard?
Yeah, I'm fine.
In the overlay district for 3.3, B is in Bravo 2, we outline in words where the overlay district is. And we've talked about this before, where the area north of the intersection of Georgetown Road and 904 on the left-hand side, or on the northwest side of that intersection, that is MB2, and it is part of the overlay district. But we do not, or Chad, I believe it is, across from the old Piggly Wiggly. And in the words, we say we're starting this at the intersection of Old Georgetown Road and North Carolina Highway 904 running southward. So if you're at the intersection going southward, that is not including that MB2 area that is northwest of there. And it's a large tract of, a triangular shaped tract of land.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is it or is it not in it?
I don't believe so. I would need to look at the map, but it is exactly as was originally approved. In order to change that, we would need to modify. You would need to rezone. You would need to increase the distance of the overlay district. I sent you that file.
Well,
I know I talked with Tom Vincez about that, and he agreed that that should have been included in that, but, he can't
Well, should it
testify to
be?
that.
I mean, because across the road's not even in Sunset Beach.
So
Across the road.
that whether or
Well,
not
that
it
doesn't
should
matter,
be is, I mean, I think that's a separate agenda item for the planning board, separate of this. I think it is worthy of addressing, but really that's a total, does that make sense, Mr. Chair? That's sort of like an additional discussion about the extent of the overlay district. And if that's a charge you guys want to take up, I think you should, but I don't know that it should be part of this necessarily.
So,
Okay, I can buy that, but just like the whole overlay district was established for a purpose, and it's the gateway to our town, which we have control over that area, I think it's appropriate to have the words changed here, just like the planning board had it changed before.
I mean,
But
well, then we'll just so we need to move forward with also amending the zoning map. You can't just change the words.
well, there's nothing on the zoning map that
It
delineates.
It is on the zoning map.
It's
There's
not on
just
my
the
zoning map.
copy that you guys have. It's not on there.
It's on mine.
I know.
This, right? It's this, right?
yeah.
No, he's saying designated as an overlay district. It's designated on yours and mine as MB2.
Somehow, in between staff changes, the map that had the overlay district on it got lost. I don't know that it is should be here somewhere, but technically the map you guys are looking at is
It's
not
not
accurate.
correct. So we need to update the map with the release of this UDO. Correct? Get
So
it right?
Yes.
let me put a note here.
Chad, the property across the road from there, that's in Ocean Isle Beach, do you know?
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's in the county.
It's in the county.
It's in the county.
It's not a part of any municipality.
Really?
Yeah.
It's Brunswick County.
Yeah,
They
I think
pay no
that,
taxes to anybody but the county.
But the ETJ doesn't either, so.
True. But
It's
we
not
can
even an
control them.
And that's
We
not
can't
even an
control that area.
ETJ? That's not an ETJ even?
No,
mm-mm.
no, it's county. It's not. We have no.
And then that little property where the fire station is inside the town?
Yes, that's municipal property
And how did that get inside the town?
because we bought it, and then the
And that's
town
it?
said we want that as a part of our town, and the town had the right to do that.
If I recall, there is a portion of that tract that's included. It's about 300 feet of that tract is included. Chad and I have had a discussion about this.
So should we just table this item and schedule something at a later meeting to discuss this in particular?
It will have to be a separate action. You're also going to have you'll also have an action that basically you'll have to recommend a rezoning. You'll have to hold a hearing if, in fact, you're going to include the entirety of that parcel. If once we pull the map, if it's not on there, then you're going to have a public hearing to add that to it.
You mean adding it to the overlay district?
Potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
So currently it is not.
Well, you said, where's this 300 feet come from?
The language right there.
Mhm.
Or established whereby the lot either fronts
Oh.
directly under the corridor or to buildings within 300 feet of the center line of 904.
But that's east and west is what they're talking about, not north and south.
Yeah, so I need to look at it. We need to pull it again. I can tell you that we just went over that for almost 18 months, and I can guarantee that the boundary was how they wanted it. There is no way that and maybe there is a desire to include it now, but we would not have moved that forward without being very crystal clear on what the boundary was at the time.
All right, I'm just saying I talked to Tom Vincez about it, and I sat in the audience, and he said, "You're exactly right." And he says, "We all right. We'll let that pass." Chad, can you make a special margin note about that we need to bring that before the planning
Let's
board?
just get the map in front of you guys, and then if we need to help, we'll move that through.
Okay. I noticed on 3.3 overlay districts, number 2, 3B, Roman numeral 4. It's on page 3-5. We've struck out, and I know we've struck it out, the pedestrian path. And again, this horse has been dead a long time. But why have we taken that out? Can you refresh my memory?
I believe that referred
The
to
pedestrian path shall be required, and this all goes back to the sugar cane. The sanctuary.
That's because we have addressed, well, one, I believe that's referencing an old section in the UDO, so that would no longer be applicable.
Okay.
But we
We've
addressed
addressed it elsewhere.
and we have addressed it elsewhere in general development standards under
What are we looking at in the overlay section?
We're looking at page 3.5. And Wes, you can answer my question, and I'll
This one.
sure.
trust you that it's addressed elsewhere.
It is. It is on, and I mean, I need to go back to my notes here, but we also, I believe, had a discussion about removing the overlay district in favor of having overarching building design standards, if you recall, as well. Pedestrian facilities is section
this issue-
3.33.
Yeah, we had talked about that before, whether to just go to a non-residential
Correct.
that covers everything, MB1, MB2, BB, all non-resident. But I thought we had that discussion, and it was, it was kind of that table that kind of said, well, why don't we just leave it the way it is?
Yeah,
in this process.
When we get to that, that's on page 3-57. And so what that would also require a separate process to remove it from the zoning map. In any case, let's
Where is that on 3-57? And then I'll
Design
be quiet.
standards.
Under urban design standards.
correct under applicability.
Okay,
Yeah, that puts it on
I see.
all the business districts, right? MB1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Where is it? 357.
3.57, and it's
B.
under urban design standards.
Yep.
Okay.
Um,
So after all these numbers, what we are going to be installing is a requirement that in any business zoned district, the business will be required to install appropriate sidewalks. Because right now we have,
well, it was in the overlay district.
yeah, well,
And it was limited to the overlay district.
And so in the language is 333B, and we talked about this ad nauseum. We can talk about it more, but sidewalks on one side of the street in all new major subdivisions, multifamily developments of 5 or more units, and new construction non-residential of a principal use.
Okay.
Redevelopment of a principal use, MB1, MB2, BB1.
Okay.
Redevelopment does not require the installation of sidewalks. This is redevelopment of an existing business, except where the addition of 5 or more parking spaces is required. In other words, basically something that would trigger them having to add more parking space
Because
and
of a
modify the
new
parking
use.
lot. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
so, but an existing business that just changes hands, they don't have to do anything.
Well, they wouldn't have to do anything
We
anyway.
talked about that, but no, it's because I mean, if you're just changing a business and you're putting paint on the walls, it's a pretty heavy burden to put a sidewalk in.
Even though there's no sidewalk there at the time.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's right.
I noticed
Well, let me just get one thing clear. So in a new business, so for instance, on 904 right now, there's a Mexican restaurant that is under construction. There's going to be an Italian restaurant that's going to move to that spot.
Sure.
There's no sidewalk there, but that would be required because they are new businesses.
If it was formerly vacant and they're building from the ground up, then yes.
Okay.
And that was on the
I think that's like
preliminary plat that we approved here, and the final plat that we approved here for La Cachina.
Right. But I mean, it's one thing for the developer to submit it in a final plat, God bless them, but it's another thing for it to be required and stated in
Yep.
the zoning.
It is required.
It is required. We can
Okay.
talk about it when we get to that section, but it is, I believe, it is included in here as we last discussed.
Okay.
Sybil, do you have anything else in the overlay district?
Nope.
Okay, Ron, do you?
Nope.
Richard?
Nope.
I have something on, never mind, because I've made a note to myself that it's covered in a later item. We just crossed that out of here and moved it.
Oh, you know what? I do want to go back to one thing. I'm sorry. Item 3. Landscaping.
Page number, please.
3-5.
Got it.
The landscape and screening requirements landscaping shall be planted in accordance with this article. However, the permitted tree types shall be limited to the following. Okay, so these are the trees that are allowed.
Yes.
The only question that I
replacement.
have is, it is quite common that red oaks are mistaken for live oaks, and I think they should be added.
No, southern red oak is on here.
Beg your pardon?
Southern red oak is on here.
Okay, southern red. Yeah, you got it. Good. All right, thanks.
Saved you, Wes.
Just
Yep.
the last item under overlay districts, and I'm on page now 3-9, and we've crossed out H on that last page still in overlay districts. I'm not in 3.4 yet. We don't have anything here on compliance, and maybe it just doesn't need to be here. But on 3.21, we have a very nice last section that has to do with compliance, and that is on page 3.21 is on page 3-61, and it's new wording that's been added. And this section 3.21 happens to be mirrored from our overlay district when it comes to standards of color and roof types, because we've really repeated it in both sections. Would it be advantageous to Chad to have a compliance section added to 3.3?
I need to confirm in my notes from that meeting, but again, I believe this is because, and I maybe we just need to do that now. And I apologize. I should have been prepared with the answer to this. Katie, do you recall in the minutes if there was a final confirmation that we are going to pull the overlay district off in favor of these overarching standards? Because I think that was the final disposition of the discussion.
There was comments on that.
Yeah, and so if that is the case, then effectively all of the overlay district is going to go away at some point through a later action through you all, and I'm pulling this up right now, and that what we determined was that it will stay in here. The ordinance is adopted, and it's going to have both. Then we'll go back through and change the map, and then pull it out. And so there'll be a rezoning and a text. Does that make sense? But we have to adopt it with the standards in place, even though they're repetitive, so that we memorialize them.
And that's why 3.21 was added.
That's why, yes, correct.
Okay.
And so,
Well, not added, but
me-
augmented under urban design standards.
Well-
Because we talked about that with the sidewalk. It does seem like there's commingling between the two. It's covered in 3.21.
So I'm looking at the September 1, 2022 meeting minutes. And that's where we review section 3.3. So there's all kinds of notes on updating that section.
that's right.
Okay.
And so in my notes, I have
But I don't see, there's no note in the minute at least saying what you just said.
I have from the meeting on February 2nd. Consider removing Gateway District and consolidate applicability.
That was your note.
That was my
Your note to us.
That's
Yeah.
correct. And so, I guess
So what you're saying at this point for this book, we should have both,
you have to have both.
and then we can decide at some point to say that the new section 321 applies to everything, so that 3.3 is no longer needed. It's
Mhm.
right. Is that it's sort of like 321 just umbrellas the whole town,
That's right.
the whole planning jurisdiction, and there is no more overlay district anymore because it has to follow 321 anyway.
Right.
You know,
And
there
then
are
the-
the same exclusions. You're right.
Yes,
Or the
and
two.
and I believe that's where we. And I apologize because it's been a lot since we've gone
Yeah.
through this.
But that makes sense on a
But
process, I guess, in
that-
my mind.
Yes, because if we start trying to process a large scale rezoning before this is adopted, we're going to create mass confusion. And so,
We won't.
yeah,
As opposed to
We already-
confusion.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
we
but-
keep both,
and
and
then
they'd be the same.
And then as soon as, theoretically, as soon as that were to be adopted, this would to be adopted by the council, the planning board would have on their agenda a rezoning and a text amendment. And that rezoning would be
Okay.
taking the overlay district off the map.
So is the
Take-
critical thing now having those two sections essentially the same, other
If-
than the location part?
If it's the position of the board that you feel like, why don't we just have the standards by zoning district rather than this arbitrary,
Slice of land.
slice of a land, and that's what I believe that
Yeah.
what we ultimately
That would resolve
determine.
our problem with the MB2 up across from
And
Piggly
that would
Wiggly.
resolve the problem with the MB2 as
Right.
well.
Okay.
So I think the key thing I think to do now is just to make
Makes
sure
sense.
those two sections
Are the same.
are the same, other than that first party overlay trying to describe a location.
Correct.
All right. We'll do that.
So
There's
so I
another
guess the
step.
task is to make those two the
Yeah,
same, and
and I,
so that compliance section probably should be in both. It's it's all
Well,
the same.
it doesn't need
No.
to be in both because, I mean, your overlay district effectively will go away. So what's most important is 321 is what
Did it be worded correctly?
that's right.
Okay.
And there's things in there about gas stations and roof types and stuff that has now been omitted from the overlay district, and it's now in 321. And
Yeah.
which, because I fought with that, and then I found it. So
And some stuff's been added to your use standards based on particular use. So
Okay.
let's get some consensus here. Is it the consensus of the board to have a move forward with effectively at a later date removing the overlay district once the UDO is adopted?
I'm in favor of that.
I think so because of the revisions that have been made to the building design standards section.
Yeah, I think the overlay district was
Yes.
kind of a
Okay.
stopgap measure to enforce
Well,
better requirements in certain areas that now that we've redone the UDO, those requirements are in place,
All right, that'll make it easy when we get to
independent
3.21 then.
whether you're within 300 feet of certain roads.
Okay.
Now we I agree. That's what we should do. Just want to make sure the recent conditional zoning approval.
They are still subject
To the-
because the conditional because the
Conditional zoning pretty
overlay
much with a blank sheet of paper.
overlay district exists today
And
the,
will
in
exist.
the current UDO, and so they're tied to the current UDO.
So then, if we do make that revision in the future, it ties them to the building design standards.
No, they're subject to the old UDO. They're not subject to this, except with the exception of the tree.
Of the conditions that
That's
have
right.
been established.
So they're subject to the
Existing overlay district.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Well, is anything
And it's
they're
so
doing
stated
in the
because they
overlay
had missed it
district?
from one of their
Yes.
subject
Oh, yeah,
sections.
the
We added
commercial,
it in
Yeah,
in
that's
the
right.
note.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, moving on to Ron's favorite topic, 3.5, table of permitted and special uses.
Go, Ron.
I got a couple.
You mind if we start with you, Ron?
Yes.
Well, I have an issue on page 3-11, towards the bottom, self-service ice vending machines. My
No.
note says that the PS should be in BB1
I agree.
and not in MH1.
That is correct. Thank you. That is a mistake.
He shoots and he scores.
All right, one for Ron.
Finally.
All right, Ron, any others?
That was a typo, and then wait. Table
Yeah, take your
3-1.
time. This is
Now I'm back to where we started today on page 3.15.
Wait.
In the middle, the golf courses and the golf driving range.
Okay.
My reading of what we had before is the PS should not be under MR1 for either of those,
well, we don't have golf courses in MR1.
or a golf driving range. The
Or-
PSs should be just in MR2 and MR3.
Remember, the description of the zoning district is a generalized description. You have allowed, or you have included that in the MR,
In the old
wherever,
table?
that if someone wanted to do a golf course in these districts, it would be okay to
Or a
do
driving
so.
range.
Or a driving range. We're
But they
not
have to
saying
find a
that
place to put it.
they have to find a place to put it. We're not saying that one exists there today, but there is not an issue if for some reason someone wanted to do one.
Does that agree? So you're saying I didn't bring my old table, the existing table. You have the existing table in front of you?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, it should be in there. I'll double check.
No, I didn't bring the one that we currently have. So it's a PS in the existing table right now. In the current-
Permitted with special conditions.
Yeah, let me see. Oh Lord, I don't even
I
remember
didn't bring my
where's your
old book
table?
with me. I forgot it.
Yep. Yes, it is. Golf course and golf driving range are MR1, MR2,
there they are.
MR2A, and
Okay.
Yeah,
MR3.
they're there.
Yeah.
All right, Ron, continuing through, then we'll move on to somebody else.
I don't remember. On page 3.16, Marina. For some reason, I got a circle in that PS in MB2. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and I
maybe
agree.
maybe I was comparing it to the old table.
No, there's no waterfront property in MB2.
I guess we got to go look at the old table. So was that in the old table? Marina was only in was the PS where the PS is MB2 appropriate?
This is a new use that we've
Yeah,
added.
it was not listed in the prior table.
Okay,
That's
then
right.
I have the PS out for MB2.
Hold on one second.
And I agree.
This is on page 3-16.
Yeah.
About the fifth item down or so.
Yep, that should be taken out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then further down, mail services for BB1. There's an O there. Should that not be a P?
I didn't know what O.
Yes, that should be a P. Thank you.
Okay. And then I got nothing on 3-17, nothing on 3-18. Oh,
What page do you have the next thing on?
well, I do on 3-19, and I'm not sure why I did it. Maybe because it
Well, let's discuss it.
it occurs on wireless communications tower. I have an SS and AF1, but I don't know where I got that from now. We got an SS in MB1, MB2, R1, whatever we call that, RI1. For some reason, I wrote in and circled an SS in AF1, but I don't know where I got that from.
I don't have that in my notes,
So
and that doesn't.
I didn't
seem
make a
like-
note of where I got it from. So
that's a large wireless facility that I don't think would be suitable for AF1.
I would agree.
Well, AF1 is agricultural, so that's
But it's
very-
also residential.
It's also
It's
that's
more of
also
a
residential.
Ocean
residential zoning
Harbor
district.
Golf
Yeah,
Club
I-
and Schuler.
I don't.
I don't think it's appropriate for there to be there.
Was it
Okay.
Skyler? Is it Schuler?
Skylar, it's pronounced Skylar.
Okay.
So we're saying
That's
that
right.
towers would be prohibited in AF1?
No, it's correct as is.
Correct.
It's
as
not.
is.
It's
Okay,
not in there.
that's all I found in the table.
Okay,
All
Up
right.
to
Civil.
I'm good.
Richard.
Well, I want to go back to wireless telecommunications. So that's kind of a broad term. I mean, there's a lot of different wireless types of
Well, we have a
communication.
definition for it now.
and it's referring to the article, which I guess we haven't reviewed yet.
We haven't reviewed yet.
So I
Um,
guess we'll wait for them.
Could you tell me where you are, please?
He's on page 3-19.
3-19, right at the
Right at the
bottom.
bottom,
Okay.
last item.
I
Okay.
got it.
Well, we may have to go back and
Well, we have a whole section on wireless
sections.
communication.
When we get to
which we'll-
section 7, we'll take a look at
beat
that.
that horse until it.
Okay, the other thing I did want to go back over was solar. Where did it go?
I don't have solar.
I thought I saw it.
That's on 3-11,
Yeah. Yeah, it was early.
solar energy systems.
Oh,
Last-
you're talking
second
about
last row.
residential. Got it.
Okay, so we're saying that. So okay, solar energy system. So you're saying in residential they're going to have to apply for a permit.
Yeah, they'd have to do that anyway.
Special.
Okay. All right.
Because there's an electrical component involved in it.
Yeah. No. Got it. Okay.
Richard, is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, couple of things for me.
Yes.
On page 3-10, and it goes throughout, under the MUD district, and it's MUD it's MU, and then the next line is D. This is in the chart, heading on the chart on the bottom of page 3-10.
Yep.
There's an asterisk next to D.
That
I don't know what that means.
That's right. That needs to be taken off. Thank you.
Okay.
That just somehow has made it through
All
this
right,
long.
another housekeeping, and it's on every sheet. There is, oh, I see now. I could read it in this light, but I couldn't in my office.
It's
There's
new
a column
language.
for CR2,
Yeah,
but it's not in white, it's in black, so I couldn't
Yeah.
read it.
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
because it's technically new
It's a
language.
new.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but yes, that will be white once the
Red.
or-
Right. At the
no,
moment.
it
No.
would be red if it was deleted, but it's
Oh.
new language, so it's underlined.
That's right.
So once the editorial version is done, it will be white.
Okay, on the bottom of page 311,
Hmm.
we have swimming pools and hot tubs. We've added hot tubs to that swimming pool category.
Correct.
But I noticed under CR1, Conservation Reserve 1, we do not have anything in there. And doesn't Palm Cove, didn't we give them permission
is
to
Yeah,
put hot
but
tubs?
That is through a
that-
development agreement and a development agreement only. So
So so in another area that would be CR1 other than Palm Cove, they would not be allowed.
That's
Unless
right.
another development agreement was established. Gotcha.
Yep.
to some degree,
Gotcha.
yes.
Um, Under, and this we'll come to it when we come to definitions, but on page 3-12, under family care home, it seems like we're allowing for, and this is residential uses, it seems like we're allowing for outside employees. And that to me was confusing in a residential setting.
Yep.
I remember right, it's to a certain amount of care people.
Yes, it's based on
Yeah.
the statute.
But that's still allowing outside employees in a residential area, which we don't allow.
Yeah, but our General Assembly says that we do have to allow.
Yep.
Well, does that mean that
Just
a
for family-
daycare center,
Just for family care home. There is no
not daycare?
Not daycare.
Okay.
Not daycare.
Right. On page 3-14, community centers private. In BB1, I think that really should be PS, meaning permitted with use standards in BB1, because we have them in BB1.
So that
I
was
think we have them in BB1.
well it was removed some years ago.
Well, we said that you can't have a community center unless it's within the confines of the community or on the side of the street where the majority of the community resides. We were doing that purposely so that outside influences could not just establish a community center, particularly on our island.
Yeah, but I remember when that text amendment went through. After the last one was submitted.
Yeah, when Kingfish Bay was built.
Yeah. So it would be my recommendation to leave it as is. Just
Well, what is I mean, obviously there's a distinguishing characteristic based on the word private. What is that
it's
distinguishing?
basically what you have there. Ocean Ridge has one. Is that correct? Or
Yes,
what are the two?
it's Ocean Ridge and Kingfish Bay both
Ocean
have
Ridge
them side
and
by side.
that's what they are.
Okay.
And so a number of our local governments have taken strides to limit or reduce like Oak Island. There's a big St. James, for example, beach club, for example, and in Oak Island, even though that island's whatever it is, 9 miles long, it's only a very small area that they allow for beach clubs. It's a beach club.
Well, so we're saying now they are not allowed.
That's right.
Because it's blank. So
And
that's correct then?
That's correct.
Okay.
It used to be allowed up until 2016 or 2017. So the ones that exist now are fine as nonconformities. But if someone else wanted to do one, they would not be able to do so.
So even if the Society to Promote Welfare on the Island, some organization doesn't exist today, they still could not do it,
Correct.
even though it was based on the island.
That's
It was made up of, okay,
Yep.
all right, and I think that's probably sound.
Well, if we're attempting to create better use of, the advantage of a private club is now those people have a place to park and go that doesn't burden outside parking facilities. Are we shooting ourselves in the foot by preventing?
So the policy I'll tell you the reason. If you want me to provide the reason for, or do we need to provide the reason for why it was done in the past? Okay.
No, go ahead.
There was a concern that a significant strand of the beachfront was being occupied for private interest, and the elected officials at the time felt that that's not in line with their vision of how the beach should be used.
Right.
So that would be an alternative. Your statement there would be a differing position to what
I guess,
the
Mike,
position was.
the
at the time.
status quo now, as the law exists, is they're not permitted.
Correct.
I think that's the way this book should reflect.
Okay.
We can always take it up again.
Sure.
Later.
Someone could amend
Say the parking
ordinance.
committee says that there may be some advantages to
Sure.
some private locations that provide their own parking.
Yep.
But that can be done after this is done. But I think this UDO update should
Okay.
at least strive where possible, conform to a standard law as it is right now.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
On page 3-15, eating establishments, under BB1, we have P underlined and then S underlined. I think it was just a shifting because it was just S and we added P, but it's not, it is still a PS as opposed to a P and an S.
Once
It's
the S
PS.
gets-
It's just
okay.
it's once that S goes
It
away.
just got bumped down.
Yeah, it's just because
Column with
So it's PS.
PS.
it is PS.
Well, there was an S there before,
Right.
and it's been revised, and it wouldn't fit within the column
Okay.
as it was formatted.
Okay.
Under 3-16, and I'm not glad that Jerry's not here, but this is Jerry's pet peeve. Laundromat on 3-16. We do not have it in BB1.
Correct.
I thought it was added as an accessory use, and I guess I need to move back to accessory uses and see if I've answered my own question. I don't see a laundromat under accessory use.
That's right. It was not. I cannot recall where.
But didn't we add it as an accessory use on the island? Like if the market wanted to have a laundromat in the back as an accessory to its market, that we thought that would be an appropriate amenity for our visitors on the beach.
I don't remember that. But that doesn't mean anything.
I might have that in my. Let me see.
Seems vaguely familiar, but
Yeah.
I can't swear.
We
to
can
it.
Yeah.
add if you. Yeah, I do have a note on there, but I can't recall if that was
Well, we
It-
did a straw vote,
Okay.
and Jerry lost because
Okay.
he thought it was inappropriate to have a laundromat anywhere on the island.
so add laundromat as accessory for
Uh,
BB1.
So
yes, for BB1.
we did,
Well, it's nowhere under accessories right now.
Right.
So I guess the bigger question is, where else should we allow laundromats?
Well,
Well, we have it in non-residential.
we did agree, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we did agree to allow laundromats on the island? I don't
No.
remember
As
that. I
no.
might have been absent.
Only
Not
as
as a
an
standalone.
accessory.
Not a
Not standalone.
Not a standalone. We said.
It could be a
I don't remember that. Okay, maybe I missed that
Yeah.
meeting because I wouldn't have voted for it. Okay.
don't-
That's all right. Y'all
Let me
voted?
ask you this: you don't want laundromats at all on the island,
No,
even as an accessory to another
No.
business?
I
Okay.
wouldn't, but that's me. Most people come over there for a week. You know what? You bring a week's worth of clothes. And most of the houses have washers and dryers in them. You
Some
don't
places-
need a
Some
laundromat.
places don't. The motel does not. It's,
Well, yeah, but that's,
what I would envision the laundromat would be utilized for would probably be a rental management company, more likely, and that it would not necessarily be for individuals. I'm just
that isn't
surmising.
what we ever
I'm,
discussed, but you
I'm
could be right.
speculating that if that use was to exist in the future, that's probably what it would be.
And Jerry
If
was
it was
against
on
it.
the
Yeah, Jerry just thought there should not be a laundromat.
So Jerry and Sybil are some
Okay.
particle on this one.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
now, yes. And I mean, you might be right. You might not have been here for the
yeah,
meeting.
and that's fine. I mean, if that's what y'all
Yeah.
voted for. I just wanted to update.
Well, hold it. Let's
Let's
decide
just
what we're
leave it
going
where
to.
it is then. As no.
Yeah, I don't think an existing business is going to dedicate
Space.
footprint
Jerry will be happy.
to.
All right.
It just-
Scratch
We're
the
gonna
net.
we're gonna leave it alone.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we leave it alone.
Okay.
So it's
I don't think
only
there's a-
it's only PS and MB1
Yes.
and
Correct.
MUD.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree. And Ron already brought up the O under mail services.
Yep.
Boy, we're gonna make some hay today. Under 3-21, page 3-21, we have towards the top outdoor weddings. 3-19 talks about weddings with tents. 3-9 rather talks about weddings with tents. What about if we have a wedding that does not have a tent? Does that mean that they are really allowed across the board anywhere?
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Where's one weddings with tents?
3-9.
Page 3-?
No, Article 3-9, and it's hard for me
Okay.
to get through it because it's so long. But
On the temporary use
under
section.
temporary uses, it talks about outdoor. Number 6.
What page?
This would be on page 3-43. 3-43 page. Number 6 at the top says outdoor weddings using tents, and that is a series of things that talk about temporary uses.
Mm-hmm.
But what if and I'm going to the chart here because it needs to be properly listed here.
I would say remove the tent part.
Yep.
From 3-3.9.
Yeah.
Yes.
From
For the simple
3-43.
reason that if
And-
a wedding can use a tent,
Yep.
but they're subject to fire inspections.
I know that, but is it right for us to say that it's permitted with standards? I guess maybe it is if I have a wedding in my backyard.
Yes. I would just look at the outdoor wedding part and just remove the
We can
tent.
strike outdoor wedding. We can strike the using tents part on page 3-43.
Okay.
Now is it why are we not generic on that more?
We can call it
Outdoor
event.
family event or something like that? Because what about if you're having a bar mitzvah?
Well, I mean,
Does that
Well, it says outdoor bazaars, cookouts, or other similar activities.
that's also on there. I mean,
Um,
yes, that I agree. Number 3 is on there, and I did think about the family event thing. I think it would be better.
I mean, I know what your visual concept is of this, but there could be other events other than weddings that are.
If someone wanted to throw a bar mitzvah that was similar to a wedding, it would be regulated in the same fashion. But as as Chad said, number 3 above would capture that. But I think it probably is important to call out specifically outdoor weddings here because that's really a business. A bar mitzvah is usually not a business.
Well,
I mean,
it depends
sometimes
where you live at.
depends on where you live.
Where you in
That's-
certain places, it's a big
You know, it's a
business.
business.
and that's correct. But in our beach communities, it is more accustomed for.
So I guess I just want to make sure if somebody is not having a wedding, but some other event, you guys feel that
There's a way to
three covers
Could I just
other
I'm
family
sorry.
events
Yeah.
that are not weddings, so that if somebody
Yeah.
says they're having a whatever, just a family reunion.
Yes.
They got a giant family, like
Yeah.
my wife's family is 25 kids.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you
Right.
could.
so
you
that
could
would
put
cover
a,
under three.
You could throw a party, put a tent in your backyard. The tent would just be subject to a fire inspection.
Okay. Could we add to 3 churches and synagogues?
Where are we at?
Page
Item 3, activities by
3-43.
churches and synagogues.
Should that be more?
we can just say
But isn't the
religious-
synagogue a church?
we can
Is
just
that-
say religious.
No.
None if you're Jewish.
Not if you're Jewish.
We can say religious institutions.
Yeah,
would
that's
be
fine.
preferable.
So we're on page 3-43, right?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
and
And
we can
item
go back.
3, we're just adding the word synagogue after church.
No, religious. We're just going to say religious
Institution.
institutions
Okay. All right.
to make it more generic.
Yep.
Okay.
And we're taking the word tents, using tents off, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to scratch that
Outdoor
on
weddings,
3
period. No using tents.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Tell me, I'm
We're on 3-43.
uh-huh.
And we're on number 3, we're crossing out church,
Okay.
and we're adding religious institution.
Okay.
And on item number 6 on that same page, 3-43, we're removing using tents.
Okay.
Great.
All right, we're moving down into, we're making good progress. Getting through those, that table is huge. 3-6, Sybil, do you have anything on that?
Wait.
Which is accessory use standards.
Just a minute.
Take your time, it's a long one. It's about 5 or 6 pages long.
Yeah.
I have nothing
No.
in that section.
I don't think so. No.
Right? And I have nothing.
Yeah, I don't either.
And I was also just kind of combing through this to make sure I didn't find any laundromat language, and I don't. So that was the other thing.
I just have a couple of small things. I guess.
Go for it, Ron.
And some of these are more questions. I know Wes is going to think this one's crazy. On page 3.24, J, recreational vehicles, tents, travel trailers, where permitted. Recreational vehicles, tents, or travel trailers shall not be used for overnight occupancy in any zoning jurisdiction of the town.
Correct.
That includes temporary guests at a residential property.
That is correct.
So his cousin Eddie
It's a no-no.
comes to visit.
No,
Yeah.
no.
In his
He can't
Winnebago
pull-
and parks it in the
He
driveway.
can't pull in the
Can't sit in it.
driveway.
That is correct.
Is that really?
He can
And
he can
who-
park it in the driveway, but cousin Eddie is staying in the house.
Yeah.
Uh,
I will say this.
But you know that that's really
I
not
know
the way
where
it works.
every one of you are
Let
going
Chad-
with this.
yeah.
It is hard to enforce it. If somebody does it overnight, I have to catch them. However, it is not allowed.
That's correct.
All right,
And
but
when
what
I
about the people that it's there? I mean,
How about
they're
you like
everywhere
it?
all the
I'm
time.
aware. So these
If
things
the air
are
conditioner is running and there's an extension cord going out to it and there's a bit of stairs and you take a picture of somebody coming in and out of it, you might be able to enforce it.
That's correct.
correct.
Oh,
So,
so
but
you can't just, they can have them sitting there all they want
But
to.
why do
Yes.
we have that?
Oh,
I know.
Okay. I'm
I
not
am
going
fully
there.
aware. Yeah.
I mean,
I agree
do
they
it.
can't park on the street and they can't park on non-surfaces.
Ah.
But why do we have that?
It's just
It seems like it's a common thing.
yes.
People, you pull up and you got or they let the kids stay out there or whatever, and no one's trying to break laws. But it just, and I don't know how why it's in the, but anyway, I'll leave it the way it is, but it just seemed
I'm
odd
all
to me.
for it not being allowed.
You
That's
think there's a
right.
fire or safety hazard?
Well, the
I'll,
other
I'll be
Yeah.
convinced on that.
I think
If
it's
you,
disruptive to the neighbors.
That's right. And if you put it in here that's allowed for a certain amount of days, then
Oh,
what you're going to have is basically
Go
you're
back
gonna
out of the driveway and then move back again.
You're going to permit it.
Okay.
And so, look, if it happens for one day, it's unlikely to be caught. They're out. They're gone. Whatever. But if you say it's allowed, they're going to get set up, and then you're going to have a problem.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, they do it over on the island all the time. They'll just back up a and for the week.
I mean, it's just
Okay,
Civil,
move on.
my street.
Your street for sure. And we could talk about my neighborhood.
Okay. We're on
then-
this section. You were a no, I'm a no, and you
I'm
still
okay
have
with
the
it. I
floor.
just kind of wanted to know the justification
Yeah.
and,
yeah.
and how
Richard?
it's handled. But
Richard, accessory uses.
No,
wait a minute.
no, Rob's
Wait
not
a
done.
minute. Just a couple of
You
small
took
things.
a breath. You lost your
A
turn.
breath. Just one small thing, and on 3-27, I think we have a new section here, right? Was this dwelling manufactured we had before? No.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
2, 3, and 4 section. This attached structure to a item 2, no wider than 14 feet. When I read that, it seemed that's awful wide to me. Is that like a deck attached to a MH?
Yes.
When I read it, that 14 feet seemed like a big number to me. Is that just common? Is that normal? It seemed
That's-
like
That's the provision that has been in place here in the town of Sunset
for
Beach.
some reason I marked new as paragraph 2, 3, and 4.
I believe that language was in your,
Existing.
it is your existing language, and I think it was in,
It's 705.
I don't know if it was in 705 or it was in Article 6 under the, we should have reference to where that's
I
from.
have it as 705.
Okay.
So
and
that was-
Ron is correct.
Manufactured use
What?
standards.
Ron is correct. 705 only had 1 and 2.
Hold on one second.
No, excuse me. It had
Chad.
1, 2, and 5.
2 was in there the same at 14 feet?
No, you're right. It isn't. It's 1 and 5.
1 and 5 I
Yeah.
had as being existing.
Yes.
2, 3, and 4 being new language.
Yeah, he is correct. Now,
So to me, 14 seemed big for a manufactured home to have.
Here it is. It is in section,
it's in 6.
it's in 6.
Yeah,
Yep. It's in 6. It's under MH1.
right.
No attached structures to a manufactured home shall be wider than 14 feet or longer than the manufactured home to which it is attached.
Okay.
And that's been in there
I couldn't find that. I didn't
probably
find
forever.
Well, you know to look there.
it. Okay. I didn't find it. So Chad, you're good with the 14 feet? It's reasonable to you? Works?
I'm
Okay.
more concerned about the setbacks than I am
Okay.
the 14 feet.
Okay. It was there in section 6. All right, Ron. Anything else in accessories?
That's it.
Moving on to you, Richard.
Yeah, I just want to go over L, solar energy systems. I know we kicked that around quite a bit.
L.
Yeah, it's on page 325.
Oh, okay.
Did you say
Sorry.
45 or 25?
25.
Okay, thank you.
I think this reflects what we ended up with. So ground mounted, the issue we went over was ground mounted solar energy systems shall be permitted. For some reason, I thought the lot size was 1 acre, not a half an acre, but half an acre's fine. Tough on a half an acre to do a 50-foot setback. That's,
Well, yeah,
um,
I have to.
but you don't want it shadowing into the neighbor's yard. So
Got it.
that's why we all agreed on 50 feet.
yeah. In addition to be behind the front facade of the, so it's got to be in the backyard, basically.
Mhm.
Okay,
Well, it could be in the side yard.
side yard.
Yeah, if they have enough space.
Okay, so somebody who unfortunately buys a home and situated and the best sun spot is in the front yard is basically out of luck. Okay.
Be permitted.
Well, yeah,
Only individual systems are, but we could add some.
Yeah.
but you can move talk to the sun.
Yeah.
Just
All right,
know
we're
put it
into
on the roof, too.
3.7 residential uses. Let's start back with you, Richard.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Good. I jumped that. I see.
All right,
the 2
and I just go to E, which is on page 3-30.
the family care home.
And again, we're talking about the family care home, and you're telling me, Wes, that we can't do anything about that for outside workers.
Unfortunately,
It's a general statute.
not.
And the law is 6,
Yes.
up to 6.
Up to 6
Up to
special needs
6. Yeah. questionable on if you can between 6 and 8.
Okay.
But we elected 6.
That's correct.
Sybil, anything for you?
No.
Okay. Moving on to 3.8 and non-residential use standards.
Got a lot of stuff here, man.
I have on 3-32 under assisted living nursing, this kind of goes back to the family care, and I think it creates confusion as to definition. Because assisted living, you're only allowed 3 people, up 3 or more people. Got to check my wording there. And family care is up to 6 people.
But assisted living, I don't believe assisted living is in non-residential districts.
Yeah.
It's not. You're
Okay,
not-
this
you-
is non-residential
That-
also.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
You're right. You're
Okay.
right. You're right. You're right. And under automotive C on 3-32, I had the thing about the convenience store being removed, but that is also covered in 3.21 later on. So that's the same discussion with the gateway overlay and the urban design standards. So I'll
Yep.
back off of that.
I know Ron had a question about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
Under 3-33, we're talking about car washes, hours of operation, and other things. When I wrote a note here. I can't translate it even myself, but under hours of operation, and I say within 500 feet of adjoining residential zoning district, which is 6C. This gives hours, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. But do we want to limit car washes? Yeah, I guess we probably do. Never mind. I'm not going to bring that up.
Okay.
Because again, we're talking about non-residential.
Right.
For body piercing tattoo parlors on 3-33, I might suggest, because we do not talk about time and being open, because they are, let's call it less, somewhat controversial kinds of operations. And again, I'm on 3-33, bottom, which is D. David, body piercing tattoo parlor and electronic gaming. I'd like to see the hours of operation confined to say 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. But I don't know how the rest of the board feels about
We
that.
didn't talk about that before.
3-33 D, body piercing. Again, this is in non-residential uses.
Yeah, I think that's.
I didn't see where we talked about timing on other type facilities.
It's not in here currently, but you can add it.
All right. What does the rest of the planning board think about limiting the times of operation for those?
The only issue.
I just,
Go ahead, Sybil.
now I just, when we originally did it, not this time, I have it all marked out and licensed by the state. That we put in that it was licensed by the state. So does that include hours and?
Hours could be established by you all.
Okay. All right.
So you can add the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. if that's your preference.
I'd like to entertain that.
I have no problem with
I
that.
have no problem with that.
8 a.m., 9 p.m. Does that work?
My only concern is electronic gaming gets thrown in here,
Yeah, it's kind of two separate things, really.
and that's really
Yeah.
two separate things. And I can see. I mean, I know.
But this is primary uses. It's not accessory uses. So
Correct.
if you have
Just
some
with-
electronic
I mean-
gaming in the back of the market,
Right.
that's different.
Here's my whole thing with this. If you separate them out, they're going to have the same standards. So you
Mm-hmm.
might as well combine them together.
I have no problem adding the hours.
Yeah.
Some reasonable hours.
So I mean,
okay.
if you, or Richard, if you had body piercing as a separate use, tattoo parlor as a separate use, electronic gaming as a separate use, they would all have the same standards.
Right.
If somebody comes into me saying I want to do one of these 3 things, just because they're separated out or put together, they're going to be interpreted.
Well,
the
I
same.
could see someone, and again, in New York, there are electronic gaming facilities that's all they do, and are they is it
This-
appropriate to
this-
limit their hours to the same as a tattoo parlor? I don't think it's a big
This-
deal, but
This is a
it did
different
raise a
thing than I
question in my
think
mind.
I think you're talking about something different than what this is.
Yeah.
If someone wants to have an arcade or whatever, that's one thing. This is really about what have been called internet sweepstakes parlors, essentially a casino.
Okay.
Is what these are.
Okay. No, I'm
So,
fine with it.
Okay.
Under commercial, under 3.3, page 3.34, under commercial recreation outdoors, under E7, we've changed the times to 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. I had a note that was saying 10 p.m. to close it, but that might have just been my desire and that we agreed on something else.
Which page were?
This is on 3-34 under commercial recreation outdoors, which would be, I guess you could call it a driving range, or
I have 11.
yeah, it's 11 in the changes here that Wes provided for us, but I had written 10 p.m. as the closing time, as the upper limit.
Yes.
Yeah, what did we put on driving ranges? We probably got them here too, right?
Well, the driving range at under the conditional zoning, we put
I
at
have
10
my
p.m.
notes 11 p.m. also. Clear here, but
Okay, that
but-
could be it.
you guys tell me.
What do you guys want?
I think 10 p.m.
Well, yeah. Well, we put 10 p.m. on, even on this text.
When is the town's noise ordinance?
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
During the May through September, Memorial Day to Labor Day is 7:30 to 10, and then anything outside of that is 7 o'clock.
And it has to do with decibels.
Yeah, and I think that I'm just trying to recall why it was 11 p.m. and I think the concern was that it stays light till almost 9 p.m. in the summer, and that if it's clocked at 10. Anyways, it's up to you guys.
I think we should go 10 because
I like it. Light
we
pollution.
put
other-
10 on the driving ranges.
All right.
So
Yeah.
Got it.
it seems like it
Made
should be
a note.
consistent.
Yeah, but the driving ranges have lots of big lights.
Well,
10
but
p.m.
this is out commercial recreation. This would be miniature golf. This would be a lot of things beyond a driving range.
3-34. All right, 10 p.m. Let's keep going.
Okay. Can I just point out?
So
No.
is that okay with you?
Sure. I'm not
Okay.
going to argue about it.
Yeah. On
Richard?
item 4.1 or 1, no. It seems like it's a double negative. No
Where are you? What page?
unobtrusive.
Yeah, I marked that too on item 4 on that line. It says no, the big U is crossed out and only the U is underlined. It should be no obtrusive lighting.
Where?
The UN should be crossed
Yeah,
out.
yeah, they're right.
Okay.
Language.
It's just a spelling thing. You see that, Wes?
The U was deleted and then added.
Yeah.
And it should be just
The
deleted.
UN should come off completely. It's no obtru. It should be NO space OB.
You see it?
Yep,
Okay.
Thank you.
got it.
Are we still on 3.8?
Yes?
Just a question, and it's in the same. I think I see it right now, Wes. On 3-31, item 6. That I see the 1 replaces the 2, so that is 11 p.m. too. There, right?
That's right.
Okay. I couldn't. Yeah. Okay. That's
Well, look, while we're there, do we want to change that to 10 p.m.?
good. Well, we said this indoors, though, right? I think that's where we. This was probably an indoor establishment.
Yeah, I'm okay with 11
Yeah.
on this.
When the other ones,
Wes, what do you
the other
think?
ones were
I
outdoors.
think it's fine. We already
Okay,
discussed
we'll
it.
leave it. We'll leave it.
Yeah, leave it.
And,
Is that
and
okay,
I think,
Ron?
yeah, and I think yeah, it's fine with me. I just couldn't read it right with the underscores and everything.
Yep, 11. Yep.
And I think maybe Wes was going to. I had questions concerning C on page 332, the automotive establishments. When we're clearly, and I have no problem with the language referring to obviously liquid fuel pumps, but I wonder. My wondering was here: should we also include electrical charging stations in here?
So I think that's a very good point. So what probably would the easiest way to do it, just simply, we would just say that electric EV charging stations would be a common accessory to, you know,
Right, but then
any of these.
which I'm
Where do
fine
we
with.
say that then? Right
It
here?
would be in the
Right.
definition. Then
But my concern was the spacing.
Or-
Do we need a spacing? Is there a state standard?
I mean,
In other words, if you have a row of pumps and a row of charging stations, which are fine, I'm fine with that.
I don't know.
I mean, because to me, there should be some spacing distance because electrical sparks with gasoline on the ground is volatile. So,
yeah,
Yeah, but doesn't the state
but the
regulate
state
that?
have that?
that would be
That would be a building code.
that
thing.
would yeah. I'm pretty sure there's building code provisions on that, and I mean,
Yeah.
if somebody wants to blow up their gas station,
Well,
yeah.
Well,
come on.
I know.
No, there
I don't
is-
know.
There's rules in place
Yeah,
for that. I
there's-
don't know what they are off the top of my head.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
But yeah, there
Well,
are-
then do we I mean, as
There's
long as they apply it to
separation.
state standard, it's fine. If
Yeah.
there isn't one, I think we need to
I
think
would-
about one.
I would be shocked if there was not a separation.
I wouldn't be
standard.
shocked.
No?
No,
Why?
it's kind of new, and sometimes
So, are you thinking that
I'm thinking for safety.
we're gonna come up with them ourselves then?
Well,
No,
is there
we
enough?
don't know- We don't know enough about it
Exactly.
to
So
conclude.
I
Well,
was
but
like,
is there something
what
else
are
out
we doing here?
And does this,
Well, with the your fire department's okay if you have electrical charging station interstate with gasoline fuel pumps.
No.
Okay, so we know it's no,
Yes.
but we don't know the right number,
Yes.
and we're just going to just move on.
Well, but
But
how
should
do
we think about
But
other states may have figured it out?
But we're
Okay.
not, he's saying we're not prepared to address it right now. And I'm not saying it isn't something that is of some import. How about if we give him a chance to look into it? See if
Wes?
there's a regulation. What kind of regulation do you want to make here?
Well, to me, spacing should be, if there would be critical.
How do we quantify that then? That's, I think, where Wes
Feet, distance, feet.
Yep. What do we say, 50 feet?
No, I don't know.
yeah, we don't
I haven't
know.
had a chance to look it up because I looked at this the other day. But it seems to me that that's if we're allowing charging stations, which we should. We
Yes.
agreed that that should be an accessory use or a primary use, a use. But it seems like for proper safety should be involved.
How about if we do this? How about under definition for automotive and marine, we add electrical charging station as an accessory or some wording that you come up with, and that we say to be spaced.
In accord with any requirements of the state or federal rules or whatever
Right,
it
and
is.
now Ron will
Exactly.
then say, what if there's nothing there?
I would be
If
shocked
someone
if
is a
there isn't
moron,
something there.
then they're a moron.
Yeah.
I mean, we
All right,
cannot.
do you accept this, Ron? Do you accept what I
I
just
would,
said?
hey, Mr. Chair, if it might help, I've also asked Kerry to see if he's in the building to come in here and speak on
If he
building.
knows that, he deserves a raise.
I don't expect
I-
everybody to know it, right? But it
I
should be
know
something.
I
we
know
think
enough
about.
about when you get with explosives in the commercial building code. There is separation and limits to it.
Like the guy smoking a cigarette, filling up his car.
Or
Wes, how about if we add, just like I said, add that
I've got it in here.
on page 7-7.
Yep.
We add it to automotive and marine establishments, and we add some verbiage that allows for electrical charging stations
As a-
appropriately spaced in accordance with state requirements.
And is there an issue if this were to be a principal use? I mean,
No.
okay,
no.
No.
okay.
No.
Then I will
mean,
say
I don't object.
it
no,
can
what
be
I'm
it
saying.
can be either one,
Right.
right? Okay, yes,
Now,
It could be
is-
either or.
that's
yeah.
right.
Now, not to open Pandora's box, but as an accessory use to establishments that are not automotive. For instance, hotels.
The Harley dealership.
We can add it as an accessory as well if you guys want.
Yeah, I mean, it should be allowed.
Yeah, it should be allowed.
Could
Grocery-
we have, it would have to be an accessory use
to a commercial.
to non-residential
Yeah.
zoning districts.
Yeah, including multifamily though, maybe too.
Maybe?
I mean, the easy way to handle it is that if someone asks today, Chad, can we do an EV station? He would go to the table and it says accessory structure or use non-residential.
I would have allowed it.
And this is how we've handled it in a couple of other places. It is a non-residential accessory use.
Yeah.
And
And it's
so
also a
without
residential
calling
accessory
it out
use.
specifically.
It's also a residential accessory.
Yeah,
use, right?
That's
But
right.
I can't
So-
prohibit you from installing one in your garage and blaming your
I was
car
more
onto
thinking
it.
about a multifamily building, like a condo, an apartment, and they
I
want
would-
to have like
I would-
4 little charging
I would
stations
have
in the
not
park.
ruled that they couldn't have done that. I would
Well,
have
you
thought
could call it
everything
a
was
public charging
implied.
station as
Yeah.
opposed to a private charging station.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with a gas station. If they wanted to install them
If
here,
it,
I
if
would
it
have
was a
implied
public charging station at someone's house, they'd
Yeah.
be in violation of
That is
of,
correct.
of home occupation provisions, et cetera. So that there's two options here that our local governments have done.
You know what we want. Can
Well-
you do what we want?
So if you guys just want someone to be able to do it, they can do it today.
Yeah.
Or we can try to craft language and put them in a box for
I
it.
think it's implied with the residential accessory use or non-residential
But
accessory use.
What we're trying to do is resolve Ron's point about spacing.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, there's
Where there's gasoline
regulations.
present.
Yeah, I mean, there's regulations on gas stations anyway. I'm going to use a different example that you're supposed to fill your gas container up on the ground. If somebody wants to fill it up in the back of their car, you're all supposed to turn your car off. And a lot of people don't turn the cars off. I mean, I think it aligns with that. There are limits and stuff that go on with the
Right.
residential or non-residential
All I'm
building
saying
code.
in that,
Let
in
him
the
finish.
UDO part, this is talking, in the UDO, you're building permanent infrastructure, correct? So
So
that-
let's
I would assume the engineer would do it right. You're correct.
That's right. So we will add here. I'm sorry, Sybil.
No, you're fine.
We're going to add it to the definition, and then I will potentially add another bullet in what page is that? Under
C?
Under C that says, EV charging stations shall be installed with the most up-to-date version of whatever it is that they're subject to, which they'd have to be anyway.
Well, it is. It's you
Yeah.
pay state taxes on it's. Yes, it's regulated.
So,
It's a regulated business.
I mean,
And this would be applicable across all zoning classifications.
So- as of right now, I was not going to write in a separate accessory standard for this.
Mhm.
That if it is a non-residential based one, it can be an accessory in a non-residential district. If it's in your house, you can install it as an accessory in your house.
But you could anyway.
Yes,
But you could, in other words, I don't know that we need to write something up for this,
correct.
unless it creates an issue in the future. And this is fairly new. So
Yeah.
what I would guess is if we write something up now, it is going to be out of date and obsolete.
How about if you just do what you said you would
Yep.
do on the definition?
That's right. Let's
Yeah.
do that.
And we
Yeah.
leave it at that.
and I don't think we don't have the knowledge to draft something.
You're right.
And so to put it in, right then, it can be thrown out.
Well, if he puts in with proper spacing due to code in the definition, that I think
Covers it.
is
Well,
a step towards covering somebody just not
Government
willy-nilly
standards
putting
Yeah,
it
I
in.
mean-
whatever. Just move.
My thinking is we want to make this, we want to open the door as wide as possible for businesses or homeowners to do it. And it sounds like the way it is set up now, there really are no boundaries or barriers other than the appropriate requests that staff would handle.
No, but I would think the government has
They-
standards.
they
They
do. I-
can't do it without
This
those
horse
permits.
is gone.
Yes, it is.
Sybil, do you have anything else in this non-residential accessories?
'Cause I've
Ron,
lost
to
my
you.
place now.
on L, driving ranges, I guess to be fair, we put the condition on a recent person that we had already heard that the lighting needs to be extinguished at 10. To get no morning lights, we also put in that no lighting before 4. So I guess to be fair, the standard should be the same.
But it doesn't say that here. I agree with you.
So we should add, I guess, a D to the first line.
Yeah.
Says what?
No lighting before 4 p.m., which
Okay.
was just to get rid of morning lights. But
Yep.
if that's that's what we used
We use that in the conditional
as a
zone.
condition. So.
So,
And just to inform me, I guess, way at the end in the shooting ranges on 340, and I just don't know what this is. On 340B, what's a safety fan zone?
I don't know.
Wait,
I know we don't have any shooting ranges. In
if you look at
VB1, what is a safety fan zone? You just got that language, nobody?
It's out of the it's out of these technical manuals.
Somebody, there's a,
specifically.
I think it has
yeah.
to do with like skeet shooting or something where
Yeah.
you're following
Sure.
a target.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
okay.
right.
But and there's
Yep.
a certain amount of
I didn't know what that was.
spillage.
Yep.
Okay, Ron, you've got the floor.
No, until we get to temporary uses, I'm good.
All right, Richard.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I'm going to move back to, and this will be quick. Under eating establishments, J on page 3-36, I would like to mirror what we just did in the conditional zoning, which says no drive-throughs. We may want to say except in the mud district, but I would like to see no drive-throughs in any eating establishments anywhere in the town. Now, the mud district, I would say, is a little different story because of its configuration.
But don't you already have drive-through?
I would not
Well,
recommend
is
that.
is Hardee's in our zone?
No.
Yep. You're
Yeah.
also going to
Yeah, I think it
preclude,
is.
Oh, it is?
you know, Starbucks,
Right.
Duncan,
Dunkin'.
anything like
Well,
that.
I mean, even think about Boundary House. You can go pick up your food in the back of
Oh,
that.
that's a
Well,
pickup.
that's not a drive-through.
Well, yeah,
I
pretty
think
much
you need
it
to.
is.
It's they
We
bring the
think
food
we
out
need to
to
be
I could
cautious
argue
with
it.
that one. Because Hardee's is in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, you're right.
and
You're
they have a
right.
drive-thru.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're trying to attract a restaurant to that type, we can't put a drive-through. You're
Well, my
eliminating-
biggest complaint is in the vicinity of residential, and we're in non-residential here, so
Right.
I'll back off that.
Right. So it's not allowable in BB1, correct?
That's right.
Right, as an exception, yes.
Mhm.
Moving over to.
So do we want to consider, I'm sorry, do
Go
we
ahead.
want to consider it for MB? Well, no, we already got the Hardee's in there.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
we're
never
okay.
mind.
Going to L golf driving ranges where Ron just was, if you go down to this is on page 3-37, go down to number 4, the last line, and the last words read screening if from a property line. Isn't it screening it from a property line?
Yep.
And
Missed that one.
under P for maritime rental, I'm looking at number 3. I forget my note here, but I said something about by the UDO administrator or Board of Adjustment. And we crossed out Board of Adjustment, but do we add where the plan needs to be submitted? Is it, and I would think it's the UDO administrator. Now, is that just implied?
Yeah, it would be implied. Let me see. Is that a special use? Yeah, it would be UDO administrator. So,
Crossed out Board of Adjustment, and we left it hanging.
because I don't know why Board of Adjustment was in there prior, because it's never been a special use. So Board of Adjustment should not have been involved here.
All right, so the UDO administrator is implied. Anyway.
So, yes, it's implied, and I guess, and if it were to come to you all, you would be responsible for it.
So we just get the period after approved, right? Must be submitted and approved. Is
So maybe what we just need to say is that it must be submitted,
Okay,
right?
well, I'd like it to be approved also, but it's they can
Yeah.
submit
But
it.
their plan would have to be approved
Okay, just
overall.
by logic, yes.
Yes.
So 2 and approved would be removed. Okay. When we talk about marinas at the top of that page, O,
Mhm.
we have special attention to CR1 zoning districts. But now with the town park, and the Majestic Oaks, and well, you could even say Shoreline Drive West, where we're talking about doing something with the Twin Lakes that would also involve the Intercoastal Waterway. it just seemed to me that we're calling out CR1,
Yeah.
but we're not calling out those other areas because Majestic Oaks is in BB2. Now, because that's town property, Chad, is that going to be changed over to?
Right now, it would be BR2,
It's in the orange section, right?
unless the town wants to rezone it.
But I think it's going to be changed to recreational institutional R1 because the town park has been.
Yeah, I'll
As
have
soon
to-
as we bought it, it became RI1.
as soon as we bought it, doesn't mean the zoning changes.
So
Well, it did for the fire station too. It did for
Yep.
the town
It went
park.
it'll need, it'll need to be rezoned.
It'd have to be rezoned if that's the wishes of the town.
It'll have to be rezoned if they want. So that provision is in place, and thank you for bringing this up because I also wanted to make a note about item 4 there. But so that basically you could not open a marina that would be open to the general public adjacent to a residential community. If you want to have a marina that just serves, the neighborhood, that's fine. But you can't have basically a public marina unless you're adjacent to a non-residential zoning.
All right, so you think it's covered then?
Well, it's up to you guys. I
intent.
mean, if you want to allow marinas everywhere, that's fine. But I don't think that you do, is my guess.
No.
Right. The only other item I'll say is that I've had some other thoughts about dry stack. There's a provision in here about the dry stack boat storage being fully enclosed. There's 2 different positions on that. One is that potentially that is can be more aesthetically pleasing, but at the same time you're going to have a lot more impervious surface, and you're also going to potentially
it's a public safety issue as well.
potentially block views. And yeah, it's a public safety issue. So I don't know. It's up to this board. So if you can imagine how much, if you're blocking or if you're adjacent to a body of water, it's a big old structure.
From the table, where are marinas allowed? Just in
CR1.
CR1?
Let me see.
Marina.
And I bring this up because this was an issue in Southport. So marinas are allowed in MB1, BB1, and CR1. CR1 is a special use.
MB1, BB1.
What page are you on for the chart?
3-16.
Thank you.
So MB1.
There's limited spots that these could go.
Yeah, way down in that right-hand corner. I'm not sure familiar with that property, but that's on the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess an enclosed marina you could put anywhere. Oh no. Yeah, it's got to be forklift distance to the dock.
What are you talking about? The Palm Cove?
No, well, there's this one down here.
Oh, yes.
That's MB1.
Yeah.
So the question on the enclosed, and what's yellow next to it? It's MH1 is around it.
Yeah. So if you'd rather have just open racks with boats or a big old structure.
Shed, right.
I don't know. The problem becomes
I guess I would say leave it the way it is with the fully enclosed.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think would be better.
Yeah.
I mean, I have one behind my house, and
I'm thinking about the one over by Snooki's. That's fully enclosed, right?
You'd almost rather look at the open racks than
Yeah.
a
And
big
the one
old
down in Calabash is
metal
open.
building.
Open, yeah.
But boat storage is a safety situation
Also that.
because the first thing that an owner does is they fill up full of gas, and then it's put up in the rack, because when they come to get it, they don't want to have to stand in line for gas. So every one of those boats is full of fuel,
That's correct.
and
But I don't know if being fully enclosed or not matters for that one.
well, it does for fire detection.
Okay.
It's a lot easier to see something on fire if it's not enclosed,
Okay.
and you get early warning
Okay.
before a smoke detector somewhere else in the building.
So you want it
goes
open?
off. No, I don't know the answer to this.
Okay.
I'm
So,
just saying there's pros
Perhaps
and cons.
if there's not a preference one way or the other, you may just want to strike this and let someone propose what they want to propose, whether it be open or closed. And if it's a special use permit, then that discussion
Okay.
can take place.
Let the Board of Adjustment decide about the visual effects. What do
Yeah.
you guys think?
rather than
Civil?
outright
I'll
limiting.
defer to Pete's judgment on this.
So
Well-
shall be fully enclosed is struck.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's permitted use in BB1 and MB1, right?
Yes, because those are, they're still gonna they're still gonna basically have to get a special use permit because they're gonna have portion of their facility most likely in the CR1, so it's almost inevitably going to be special use permit.
Except
regardless.
for down by where Ron lives in MB2. That
if
could be-
MB2
that backs
extends
up on the waterway, doesn't it?
into the water.
Or Resort Cert? No. Well, no. Well, no. What we call it has on across the
Off
road there,
of a Skylar?
which is Regency. No, well, Skylar. But Skylar's in green. Yeah, CR1. You're right.
Let's just make this simple. Why don't we just make a special use permit across the board?
Yeah, maybe that's better.
I think
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's,
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going back to page 3-16,
Yeah.
and
And they
everything's
can-
going to be SS.
Yeah.
So SS and MB1, BB1,
Sorry.
and CR1, correct?
Yep.
That's the only places.
Yep.
All right, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. A good solution,
Yeah.
Wes.
All right.
I am through with 3.8. Well, except for any objectionable odor or noise or lighting. That's so subjective. I don't even know how to put my arms around that.
Which section is that?
That's on page 3-42 under Y for utility services large and small. It talks about number 2, objectionable odors. That to me is, how do you wrap your arms around that?
Number
You know it when
two.
you smell it,
Yeah,
It's like pornography.
when you see it. Right.
true.
Right. It's somewhat, yeah. It's it's subjective, but
We talked about that
right.
for quite some time.
I don't know how to write it any better.
Okay.
But it's
Okay.
Yeah.
to me, I just wrote it's too subjective.
Yeah.
I personally, okay, now we're in temporary uses, 3.9. Richard,
I'm
start on
okay.
your end,
Yep.
3.9.
Yeah.
Ron?
This is something we hasn't discussed, but occurred to me after doing this. In the table on 3.43, would it? And I hate to do this. I guess you're not gonna be happy. I guess we don't address hours of operation of any of this stuff. Should there be a column in table 3.3 that adds hours of Chad left here? Maybe we needed him here.
I mean, they're gonna have
Or
to
Carrie, because he's the one that,
they're gonna have to get a permit for this already. But I would not. I mean, we'll be here all day trying to come up with
just ask a general question of
Yeah.
Chad.
Sure.
If I get a permit out, Chad, for a yard sale, in the permit process, am I limited to when I can start it in the morning and when I have to close it at night?
No,
Well, should we add then just a general 10 here?
you're allowed to do it within. You have a day allowance.
But not a time.
No.
So what about this thought that Chad?
There's a noise
yeah.
provision after
I
10
don't
p.m.
think that
I don't
this
know.
has ever been a problem before.
No.
Yeah.
11. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't
mean,
think a time
don't-
reference would need to be
Nothing.
added to it. No,
Okay.
I think it's fine the way it is.
Even for something like a circus or carnival?
It's different than a yard sale, but I mean,
all of my.
I mean,
you're out.
the
My point
noise
wa-
ordinance stuff comes into play with anything that comes through for an application anyway. So
You're
becomes
out.
a
You were
police
stepped
matter.
out at the moment. I was just wondering, should we have some? We have hours of operation in a lot of these sections around. That obviously we limited to 10 or 11 or whatever.
Yeah.
Should we have a column or a general statement here as an item 10 that limits all this stuff to 10 or 11 or nothing? It feels it's all covered elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as we finish up with 3.8, I'm going to come back in the future on mobile vendor, not within this setting, but mobile vendors and food trucks. We've stricken it. I'm not going to talk about it now, but I just want the planning board to realize that I think that's something that we need to revisit
Okay.
with limited work.
Yeah, I agree.
On page 3-43 in that chart, or the table 3.2, second line from the bottom, we talk about temporary housing manufactured. 18 months unless authorized longer by council. Wes, is that inferred that that's the town council?
That's right.
Where
Or
we at?
does that mean I can bring my lawyer in if he's my counsel and he's saying that I can go 20 months?
That would be with a S, but I can add town council here. I'll put the word town just to be clear.
All right, we're in 3.9, temporary use standards. We started with Richard before. Sybil, 3.9. Any things jump out at you there?
No. We've addressed several of the things.
Ron?
Well, minor thing. On C, being an anal engineer, mixing up days and months. On 2, I guess I prefer to see 180 days there than 6 months, but that's okay. You can leave it. You just start talking days and then switch to months, but whatever. And then I'm just wondering, we didn't discuss this, but it just occurred in my reading. On 345 on the top, item 5. So this is a temporary, what I gathered this section is like if there's been you're remodeling your house or something, or there's a damage. So you got a temporary manufactured home in front, right? Is that true? Is this what this applies? But it says off-street parking accommodate a minimum, off-street, a minimum.
This isn't if you're building a house. This is if there's a storm.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a minimum. You gotta. We're saying you just gotta have a minimum for one car spot.
Yes.
Isn't that what's required when you build a house anyway? No, it's not.
I think
It's
it's
not.
more than that, but
I
mean,
was thinking that was low and it should have been 2 cars, but we hadn't discussed this before. Right? That you have to count.
I mean, I don't think this is a
Right.
tree we need to bark up. I don't know that this has ever been used by the town, but
Oh,
in
thank
the
God we
instance
haven't
that
had
it
a lot of damage.
was, I don't think we need to make matters worse on folks if
No.
somehow, yeah.
And in fact,
Yeah.
they're likely not going to be off-street parking, on-street parking anyway.
Right.
But
So,
I'm so sorry, Matt. My pages don't align with yours because I'm on a different site. Can you tell me where you are instead of saying the page number?
Try
sorry.
3.49.
You want the section
I've got
number,
both
right?
sets.
Yeah, if you could give me just like the section.
3.9 C Charlie.
When you jump to the
Yeah.
same page, I can't.
Got it. Got it. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Katie, sorry. All right.
Okay.
That's why I have
Done until we get to 10.
from the original.
All right.
now this
And we
one.
decided not to change anything there anyway.
No
Okay.
change. It was just a discussion.
Richard, 3.9,
Yeah, we're good.
temporary uses.
Yep.
I'm good with it. I will start on 3.10, dimensional requirements. I'd like to start this one off. My pet peeve, nothing taller than 35 feet, except in
What section you're in?
310, 3.10, dimensional requirements.
Yeah. The
I'm
height
down in the table 3.3.
maximum limit. Height?
310.
Yes, maximum limit height, which is a column, and I would like to see under MR1, 35 foot with no exceptions.
It
It is that way.
It's there.
Oh, I see. The note to myself was there are no exceptions.
Right.
But if we go to
MR3.
MR3, it provides opportunities to go up to 50 feet, and I'd like to see MR3 no exceptions. Now, what that removes is footnotes 2 and 3 from that column. Footnotes 2 and 3 are appropriate other places, like RI1. But the planning board needs to discuss this, because this is a
We've discussed it, but we can discuss it again.
well, but you told at least implied to me that we were not in MR3. We were not going to go above 35 feet.
I don't believe that's not where we found ourselves, because there's a number of structures that are above, a significant number of structures that are above 35 feet.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that, even though they're now non-conforming.
If you look at
Would be non-conforming.
what we agreed on is that no 1 or 2 family dwelling shall exceed 35 feet.
Right.
That's what we agreed on. Because otherwise it'll be subject to a special use permit, or someone will have to do a CZ request. That's what we agreed on.
And where is that?
If you look at this footnote for 3, at the end of the table, 348, 3-48. Katie, did you get that updated?
Yeah, but my pages are not.
Do you have the changes shown?
Yeah.
So
It's
go
footnote
in
3.
there.
Yeah, and I see that, and I see that. Okay, all right. I agree.
Right. So the footnote 2 only applies then to multifamily residential or non-residential buildings, right?
That's right.
So you can only go above 35 when you're a multifamily or a non-residential.
Page 3.
Yep.
And you get this 1 foot for every 2 feet.
That's right.
But that has to go through a special use permit.
Correct.
Right.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, because multifamily is not allowed in MR3 now, or
Except through special use.
right. I think.
Okay, and the only place we've got footnote number 2, you're saying, is
MB1
we have it in R1.
and MB1 and MB2.
And RI1.
Yeah.
I'm getting a headache.
And we have it in MR3, MB1, MB2.
But 3 also, yeah, MR3 also has footnote 3 attached to it.
Okay. All right. I agree.
Okay.
I agree. That is what we talked about. I didn't read it this way.
That's okay.
Something else I'd like to very briefly discuss is that for every 1 foot of front and side setback that I give the town, both in front and side, because it has to be both, I can go up 2 feet in height.
Above 50?
Above
No,
35.
above 35.
Nothing
Above
above
35.
50.
But
Okay,
that
got
to
it.
me seems like it's backwards. Now, I realize that it is what our UDO says right now, but to me,
So you want to,
giving me a foot on the front and the side should not allow me to go 2 feet higher. It should be the other way around.
yeah, I agree.
That for every 2 feet I give the town on side and front setback, I can go up another foot.
Remember, you've got some pretty small lots and some serious potential setback issues in the MB1 and the MB2 for that
And
matter.
MB2 also probably.
MB2 primarily.
And we want, it is desirable in MB2
To go up.
to go up because the footprints are small.
Yeah.
And we've already made significant efforts to reduce those setbacks in our several months ago for MD2 in particular.
And our fire capacity can handle that, correct? Up to 50 feet.
Yes, except if there's summertime and there's 22 cars parked out in front of the house and you have to stand in the street. But that you can't, there's no way to deal with that anyway.
So your rejection is the formula or the 50?
My desire is to keep MR3 in
Tight.
particular to keep it to a maximum of 35 feet.
And so, single family, two family can't go above.
Well-
MR, anything else is going to be special use permit. So, if for example,
Because that's what we say in MR2.
But-
I mean, I live in MR2.
if the MR2 is 35 feet,
It has
period,
no exceptions, right?
no exception. But so now, if MR3, if that's what really our concern is, if it's too close, as part of the special use permit condition, they can say, hey, we want your setbacks to be greater than they are already established. I mean, we can add a special call out here, but I think, and I understand the concern, but
In MR2A, this is the chart, the table 3.3. MR2A, it's on page 3-47 at the top. We have the 20% of lot depth, where in most of the other ones, we've changed that to a feet, or at least we have a feet, as opposed to a percentage. And I thought, Wes, you liked having a number as opposed to a percentage, that it was, particularly in lots that are weirdly shaped, it was kind of hard to come up with the mean lot width to be able to work that through.
that's for the side setback. The rear is a bit more difficult. So the rear, if you want to set a base standard for the rear, then it needs to be 10 feet or 15 feet or something like that. This is saying that basically, it's 20% of the lot depth, but in no instance
It can't be more
you
than
don't
25.
you don't need to make yourself more than 25 feet. So that one is a more difficult one to surmise. The side setback is a different issue.
Well, I gotta say, I think I wasn't here for that meeting. I'm not crazy about the 7.5 foot on the two side
All right,
setbacks.
well, let's
But we can get to that next.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one next. I'll tell you why that one is. Say you own two lots, and you want to build, and you've combined them, but you can in the future pull one out and sell it. So your lot width is arbitrarily wide. Your lot width is 120 feet or 180 feet. Your
You
setback.
combine the lots and then you want to separate them later?
Now, if you built on the line,
Well, you could if
That's right. If you want to do that, then basically you've created a situation where you have an arbitrarily large side setback that makes, for all intents and purposes, no sense.
Yeah, but it's difficult to have those in a practical sense on both sides, because you're still keeping your house really on one lot. But you can't just say one side setback, I've got 10 feet, and the other one I have 100 feet.
But in this instance, you'd end up putting your house potentially on where that new lot line would go.
I
Yeah,
guess,
but then you can't subdivide that
Then you
lot
can't
later on.
subdivide it out. And so,
but my concern, I guess, was well, first of all, the current language is the 10%, right?
it is.
Yes.
Okay.
And we had a discussion about it that most of the minimum lot width is 75
75.
feet, and that
But my concern was on wider lots. Like, I'm familiar with wider lots that are 105 feet, 110 feet wide, not so deep. So in those cases, I prefer the 10%. I agree no less than 7.5 feet is okay, because the minimum width is 75 feet.
yeah.
But on a wide lot like that, you could have somebody shifting over to one side for whatever reason, could be drainage or whatever, and they would be only 7.5 feet setback when now they'd be 10 or 11 feet setback. And I'm not comfortable. I don't like that. I agree to no less than 7.5 feet, but if you, and I guess I don't understand why. I'm good with the 10% number. Seemed to be working just fine.
But it's also
It is a moving target.
it's a moving target. Staff would rather have the definitive number, except for the rear, especially when you get into some MH1 lots and some funky lots where if you put it at 25 feet, it's can't be built upon. 20% comes into play, but on the side setbacks, staff would, it's the whole reason we went to 7.5 to give it a definitive number. That way, there's no gray area there. Because if you have a lot width, which is what I deal with a lot, and you have one lot width that's 50 feet in the front, it's 120 in the rear. I know it says to the average, but it makes it less user error when you have a definitive number there.
Well, I guess in my mind, I would have wrote it leaving it at 10%, but no less than 7.5 feet. So you always got to fall back on the minimum number.
Yeah, and I think that makes it more confusing.
So
But
you're
I would
saying
rather
that
have the
we would open the door to
7.5.
somebody making it 5 feet from their line if they had a very narrow lot. Is that your point?
No, the lot can't be less than 75 feet in these two districts. So
Okay.
7.5 foot's your minimum. It's just if you have a wider lot, you can shift your house over to one side
I
to
got a lot-
7.5 feet,
I got a lot.
even though your lot's 105 feet wide.
I got a lot next to me that's narrower than 75 feet.
I thought an MR1 and MR2 was.
That's the minimum, but there may be non-conforming
There's
lots.
non-conforming.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, but
That's one example. Maybe there's no other example.
Right.
There,
not
there's,
trying to-
there's likely a few.
One of the things that we've
I
done.
think, I guess my thinking is if you're wider than 75 feet, you continue to try to keep the house in the middle, so the two people on left and right are not, because
I mean, is
in
it
my case, these 105-foot lots are next to each other all the time.
sure?
So,
What if
so-
you want a side load garage?
Well, but that's not the structure.
Well, I'm just asking. What if you want a side load garage? And you want to be able to get a couple more feet on one side. I'm just.
Right. But then it's not fair to one that you love. I was always happy with the 10%, but and I'm okay with certainly no less than never 7.5. But staff is saying it provides them trouble.
There's certainty here that I think is a.
Because obviously I'm looking at that whole stretch. Right across from here are all MR2s. So they're going to be able to, even though they're on 105 or 110-foot lots, go 7.5 feet on one of their sides.
Potentially, if they wanted to. So that would be.
Under our current rules, they couldn't. They still have to be at 10.5 feet.
But in effect, I mean, that's. If perhaps the average person walking down the street may be able to discern the increase in 6 feet. We're talking about 6 feet. I don't know, though. That it's not a lot. It's not
No.
like we're saying you're
I
going
agree, it's not a lot, but
from 20 feet to
I guess-
7.5.
all I'm saying, I thought our existing rules were fine, and
We can go
but
back.
Chad's saying they're not fine.
We had a long discussion about this.
We had
It
another
sounds like
long
we're having
discussion-
another
another
long
long
discussion
discussion.
about it.
Well, you guys obviously voted to change it, so
Yeah, and I'm still. I don't know that I agree with you. I don't know. You're usually pretty good at those kinds of perceptions, but I don't know here.
yeah, because
You've not-
and again,
you've
I'm
not
looking.
convinced
I'm
me.
looking at primarily on the list, almost all nearly rectangular lots. So the average thing's not a problem. Everybody knows there are lots of 105 in the front, and it happens to be maybe 108 in the back.
So
It's
again,
It's
Also-
10.5 feet, right?
But it's
It-
also hard to explain to
Yeah.
somebody. Every time I get on the phone with somebody, I say 10% of your lot width, and I have to go on and on and on and on.
they
and
don't
on.
know how
They
wide
don't know
their
that.
lot is.
Yeah, so make it just a number, 7.5, whatever, 5, 6. Get rid of the 10% on the sides. That's an ask from staff. That's
So it's your question, so you have to say whether you're satisfied.
I was happy the way it was, but I guess everybody else was not and wants a number. So
I like numbers, but unless you can convince me that there's a situation.
I mean, I think the
number-
point of the 10% was to try to push the house into the middle. more, well, not into the middle exactly,
Well,
but
it's to keep it away from your neighbor.
right. And
It's-
now we're just saying, no matter what
Well-
your lot looks like or how, if it's 150 feet,
Let
no,
them go to the Board of Adjustment.
no, they won't have to now. Under the old, when you had a 100-foot lot or 120-foot lot, you were going to be 10 feet or 12 feet on the side. Now you can be 7.5, no matter how wide that lot is.
Okay, on
Mhm.
one side, yes.
And I'm saying that it's
Too close.
too close. You got a wide lot. Now, the person may not do this. I
We allow
understand
for
that.
we allow for closer in other areas of the of.
Well, I'm not
fence
talking about other
FE.
areas. I'm talking MR1 and MR2. And MR2A, I guess, which I'm not familiar with 2A. That's where we made the change, right?
It's been changed in all the MR districts and the MH. It's been changed for all the side
Right.
setbacks.
Mhm.
Seems like it was okay the way it was, but
I'm going to ask another question. We have a footnote 1, and it repeats itself for, well, it's at the heading for minimum side setback.
Hmm.
Where is it used besides MB? Where is it used?
I believe that was in the MB1 and MB2 specifically.
But I don't see a footnote. I don't see the one footnote shown under any of them. So to me, it's saying it's in
Well,
all of them.
it's all of them.
It's in all of them. I mean, there's only 2 districts. Right. Yeah, there's only 2
Yeah,
districts.
MB2 is 4 feet minimum.
MB2, the side setback's 0.
Zero.
Same with
One.
MB1.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Okay.
So it's just saying that, look,
MB1.
you can't have a 2-foot or a 1-foot side setback. You need to build to the lot line, or you need to be 4 feet off.
Okay, and you're right. You're right. I can see my other notes here. One of the things that we used to have, and this chart doesn't really allow for that, is we had certain certain zoning districts that allowed for both residential and non-residential uses, and it had different setbacks for it.
It's on the 349.
Okay, so it's calling them out there as opposed to what's on the chart per se. It's being more specific.
Yeah, remember we had, I don't know, 15 pages of this stuff,
Yeah, I know.
and we've
No, I
tried.
agree. It needed to be charted as opposed to.
Yeah, and so I think what you're alluding to is on 3-49, number 6, where non-residential use abuts an existing residential dwelling.
Yes.
It shall provide a setback of at least 15 feet.
Okay. And the side setback on the chart is 0 for MB2.
That's right,
But
unless
unless it's an 8-foot setback if a business is next to a residential.
this one says 15.
It used to be 8 feet, but
Yes.
for MB2.
We just
It was 4 foot and 8 foot for MB2 originally.
Yeah, we look like
we made
struck-
that change. I don't know why we made that change, but yes, it was 8 feet and 15 and a rear yard. I'd have to go back and see why we made that change. And Chad will this will become his new section that he becomes very familiar with.
Does that paragraph 6 read right in that? Or section 6, MB2 zoning district.
It must have been as part of the audit we had this discussion, but so and that it was determined that the side setback should be 15 feet. And this is for MB2. So MB2, there is already a rear setback.
Mhm.
And so there, in B2, the rear setback is already 15. So it didn't, that's why we struck the item about the rear setback, because it was conflicting.
I'm reading the old one, and that always confused me because I had a question mark on the old one that said, is side yard 8 foot or 4 foot in the question mark. And now we're saying that MB2 has a side setback of 0.
Where's the existing one? Oh, Lord. In B2. I don't know when or why, but there was a reason that those side setbacks went to 0 for both those, and I believe that it was. We can add it back in. I would not have arbitrarily put this in here. I can guarantee you that. But
And it didn't have anything to do with the convention center.
We did talk about that, and I can't
The
remember.
Jonesboro Clubhouse and the convention center, that's not what would have launched that.
It's just a typo.
Guess it could be a typo, but well, let me see what was if it was a typo when we got the dimensional standards table in the first iteration, it would have been called out. But it was, yeah, that's what was provided in the initial copy, the initial draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't recall what the thinking was for this, but I know that there's been some discussion about encouraging
Might have been
non-residential development.
Within residential areas?
No, within MB1 and MB2.
Right.
Oh, let me pull the minutes from that.
Okay. You need to step out for just a minute.
Yep.
Does anybody want to take a break? Take a 5-minute break?
I do.
Sybil?
Sure, that sounds great.
Ron?
Sure.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's try to keep it to 5 minutes if we can.
Okay.
I guess Ellen just keeps the thing rolling. So no deliberation.
Well, it wasn't in the audit. Because in the audit, we just said create a table of dimensional standards.
You're on, still on video.
I know. So I wasn't here for the meeting on this. This would be the minutes of January 19th of 2023, I believe. (310B). 3 doesn't have a comment in the minute.
Not trying to get into minutia here, but these are important things.
No, that's fine.
It's oh, thank you.
Yeah, do you recall why we chose 0?
But you see what I mean about the residential versus non-residential? There are differences in them, and it's in the chart, except for that B. Well, I think B probably does settle. Go ahead.
This was the same material that was given to you at the when it was, and I think I'd almost have to go back and view the meeting when this was presented, and or go all the way back to the audit discussion. But I don't see anything in my notes. But what I will say is that 0 has been added there.
We're talking about the minimum side setback.
And then, so it still says in MB2, let me just make sure I'm clear here. MB2, no building shall be less than 45 feet. Parking lots and drives are not permitted. No building shall be less than 12 feet from the, that was changed.
No.
No building shall be less than 12 feet from the property line abutting any side street right of way.
That's why it was. That's
No
why it was.
other yards are required,
Yeah.
except where a business use abuts an existing residential dwelling use or any area zoned residential. That shall provide along the abutting property lines a side yard of at least 8 feet and a rear yard of 20. In all cases where a side yard is provided, it shall be at least 4 feet in width.
That's
so,
what it is now.
So the 0 is what it is now. It has just been, now it is clear rather than this melange of wording that exists today. And then for MB1,
It doesn't reflect it in MD1.
it does say the same.
Yes, yeah.
No other yards are required under A1. DA1 on page 6-25. This is on the existing UDO. No building shall be less than 5 feet from the property line abutting any street right of way. In other words, a 5 feet front setback. Then no other yards are required.
Okay.
So that's 0 setback.
So you're comfortable that we've had continuity and all that.
Yeah. All right. So we're not changing anything. Now it's just clear
Yeah.
versus before.
All right.
And that goes
Not
back to
entirely
why we
so.
wanted numbers.
One question, and I think you're right. I think you're right about that. One last thing, and then I'm off of this table. I don't believe we've changed the description of the front in BB1. Sorry, in BR1. We have not changed always the confusing thing that the front is the back and the back is the front.
That's correct.
We've not changed that. And the 150-foot disturbance line
Still
measured
there.
from the Main Street property
That's correct.
line going back, that's still there.
That's correct.
But we haven't, because as I read through this, I was suspecting that we had maybe dropped that we kept front is front and back is back.
We would not drop that.
Okay.
And in fact,
It's 125, not 150.
Right.
yeah, and that's the first item on B1.
Yeah.
And this is Chad will be. I mean,
Pretty well
This was-
versed.
this was all scattered about those whatever number of pages. It is all in here now.
Okay. Well, the last thing I have on 310 dimensional requirements, B, additional dimensional requirements, 8C, and this is on our page 3-49. On the very end of that C, 8C, we say, and I'll just read some words, 25 feet from the established camel line, feet seaward of the property. It's like we're missing a dimension, or that word feet needs to be taken out of there in front of the word seaward.
And that camel line is going to move.
There's after camel line, the word feet is in error.
That's what I mean. It
Yeah.
should be struck.
okay.
That's just an error. Yeah.
Because otherwise you're going to say like 10 feet seaward. If you're,
All right, I see what you're saying.
but the word feet is
Yep.
is just misplaced there.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to take a straw poll on where we are at with the numbers specifically, or leave it as is? Because, I know
We've
Go
had
on
a
the
lot of
table?
confusing
Yes.
discussion. Table 3.3.
Yeah.
Are we ready to put 3.3 to bed?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear here because you're making life easier for some, more difficult for others. You're making life easier for staff, which should not, ultimately be the purpose of changing anything. There'll likely be some folks that get upset that all of a sudden there's 7.5 foot setbacks. Going from 10 to 7.5 feet for you guys and for the town, is that enough that outright, mass chaos, pitchforks, etc., are going to show up? In lieu of having some certainty to this whole thing,
Instead of the 10%,
instead of the 10%. Yeah.
you said 10 feet.
Well, 10 feet because, I think in a lot of cases you're going to go from requiring a 10-foot setback to a 7.5 foot
On a 100-foot lot.
on a
Yep,
100-foot
but,
lot.
But the purpose of the setback is to not be hanging over your neighbor.
That's right.
So if
Well,
7.5 feet is,
I mean, the
is
7.5 feet came up as 10% of 75, obviously.
okay,
That's where the 7.5 feet
That's
came
where-
from, obviously.
That's where that came from.
Right.
Yes.
So that means we thought 10% of a lot width was kind of an okay thing.
well, we thought that 7.5 feet
just
was
that-
okay.
Yeah.
But now that we've changed the minimum lot size to 10,000 square feet,
Not in MR1.
not in MR1 though, okay, right.
It's 15,000 in MR1.
Ron, how are you feeling about this?
Well, I think I'm kind of clear, except I'm outnumbered 3-1. It sounds like so. That's
Well,
without Jerry.
you're outnumbered because it's confusing and it's hard to settle in on what
Well,
is.
it's been that way though, but it's been that. It wasn't confusing. I don't think to anybody that had to do it, because most of these lots are fairly rectangular. But I guess someone could draw me an odd side shape that would throw this 10% into chaos. But
Well, if you're doing a 100-lot subdivision and each lot has to have their setback based on, most of them will likely be 75 feet wide, but there'll be 15, 20 of them that will be an odd dimension,
yeah,
and trying to sort
there
out
could be
what
one
the
that's-
what the
But
setback
if
is
7.5
MR1.
foot is acceptable, to me, it's then that we're establishing that that's reasonable.
That's the baseline.
So even if your lot is wider than that, you could still favor one side or another, and that it would be acceptable,
Right.
reasonable.
And I'll also say this: I think 5 feet is you have to be within 5 feet of each other to trigger the fire rated soffit.
Say that again.
So fire rated soffit in the building code, I think you've got to be closer than 5 feet to each other to trigger that. It's either 5 or 10 feet.
No,
Is it 10
the
feet?
soffit is triggered no matter what. The soffit is that set. Your house has to be
I'm
back.
talking about triggering fire rated soffit on your home.
In the building
You
code,
have to.
in the building code.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think you're right on that. Okay.
less than 10, I think.
But the soffit counts as your setback.
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
the edge of your house. It's
Correct.
your overhead. We had a neighbor that had to have it ripped off.
Well, I
guess I think this is the best thing I can come up with.
that's the vote. That's the vote.
Richard, any?
Well, I'm looking at where these MR1s are located.
And twos, which is a lot of twos.
It's also MR3.
No, let's just move on then. We'll.
If 7.5 foot was reasonable for most of the lots, I think it should be reasonable even in a wider lot. It's not to make that person.
And staff's preference is to have
A
Is not to do
definitive
the
number.
have a defined 7.5 foot number, not have to do the math.
All right,
Correct.
and I realize I'm still not 100% clear, but I
it's-
think we got to move on.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with.
You want me to make a motion, or we just
No, we're
agree?
just he was
Agree.
getting
All right.
a general pulse on the
I'm
on
good.
the board.
So we're going to stay with 7.5 feet.
Yes. Or just a definitive number. Yes. 311.
I'm just reading my margin notes to see, because a lot of these are being answered in what we did.
And this would be for MR1, MR2, and MR3.
Yes. That's the only place we're still, well, AF1, we're still allowing a percentage.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Okay.
Moving on, I have nothing in 311 general development standards. Does anybody else have anything there?
Which one we are?
3.11 general development standards.
Not I.
It's pretty clear cut on
Yeah.
3.12 fill and grading.
Yeah.
I was overruled. I brought up some issues that had to do with taking into consideration a rear lot versus side lots. I lost that situation, so right now we're basically staying with the thing that came up in, I think it was 2019, that was a revision to the UDO that dealt with grade changes and looking at your lot next to you and the average height of your lot and the rears and all that stuff. So I'm prepared to move on to 3.15 unless somebody has something earlier than that.
No.
Oh boy.
Wait,
In
oh, wait.
3.15,
I only have one item.
go ahead.
My one item on fences is in AE.
AE. AEIOU.
Yeah, it says chain link, plastic, and vinyl fencing shall be prohibited in prohibited major subdivision fences. And just driving about, it seems like the white plastic, I guess they're vinyl, is like common now, like Beach Walk, Raptor, subdivision with the white plastic. So should the plastic and vinyl be allowed?
Now remember,
I think so.
this is different. This is a major subdivision fence around the whole entire community.
This is
Like
one,
Beach
Ron,
Walk.
that you
Yeah,
specifically
this is an
said should not be
individual yard.
allowed. But you
We
can,
specifically said it, and
But I'm wondering.
within a week, I said to Ron and to Chad, I'm going to change my mind on that.
yeah.
Right. So, yes.
So
Obviously, chain link is out. It's
Right.
prohibited.
so we just need
Plastic
to
is
say
out.
chain link.
Yeah, but I don't have it, but I don't mind the coated, black
Or white.
chain link.
Yeah,
I
but
have no
around-
problem with it.
I
We're
don't-
talking about a perimeter fence to
This
a
is
For
around
major
a major
subdivision.
subdivision.
We're not talking about a chain link
Okay,
fence in
okay.
your yard.
Well,
So-
y'all are jumping, so I'm not.
So
Yeah,
we're
'cause
gonna
I
get rid
mean-
of plastic and vinyl.
Well,
Yeah,
is that
but-
the right description of what I'm
Yes.
seeing?
Yes.
It's polymeric
Yes.
would be the term, but this is fine.
Okay.
But I'd like to have, I agree with you, I'd like to have plastic and vinyl struck from E, but I'd like to have added and any type of plywood. Because I don't want to see a perimeter fence made out of plywood around the perimeter of a subdivision.
Mhm.
Chain link and plywood. What do you mean by plywood? Like,
Well,
I
Wooden
mean,
fence.
Plywood I think by construction definition, is a material that's made up of chips and pieces and glue. It's not natural wood. I mean, it's not.
it's not a board-on-board fence.
Yes,
Mhm.
right. Board-on-board fence is acceptable.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's
So-
not plywood.
Well, yeah.
I've
So
never seen that.
maybe plywood. You're saying it's not the right word for that. It should be some sort of.
I just don't want it to be misconstrued.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, whatever the right description of that material is.
Well,
And this,
Laminate maybe is better. Laminate wood.
there is a name for it.
Yeah.
yeah, but
I'm
there's particle
blanking.
board, there's plywood.
Yeah, particle
there's-
board.
There's another word.
But particle board is a plywood.
Yep. I'll just say chain link and plywood fencing.
I'd be satisfied
All
with
right.
that.
Okay, that'd be good. Now, in getting rid of plastic, though, there are chain link. Would this include chain link fences that have threaded plastic, vinyl?
Oh, through them.
Yeah,
Talking-
that would prohibit that as well.
What are you talking about? Missed that.
It's a chain link fence, but they thread plastic.
Through it, yeah.
Well, that's chain link.
That's
That just
so
has plastic visual barriers that
Right.
have been
Yeah, that-
webbed
that-
through it.
that-
That's
So
a chain
chain
link
link-
fence.
But chain link would cover that.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I had written in my notes the first time that the only thing not allowed is chain link. Is that an easier way to say it? And unless you have to add, I've never seen a plywood fence, but I'm sure they could
Well,
probably do
somebody
it.
could build one.
I'm sure they
We'll,
could.
we'll add plywood. Anything else on fences and walls? Because this horse has been beat
All right.
so
Let me
badly.
just, this horse just took a breath, and and I'll get off of this. If we go down to 315, 2C is in Charlie, and we say, we're talking about privacy walls, 6 feet maximum, and we talk about wrought iron, decorative wrought iron. I think it really should say decorative maintenance-free metal, because we've already
Yeah.
banned chain link, but I mean, I've got a luminized a fence around my house that is,
I'm sorry, I lost you on the section. Can you
it's
help me?
315,
Bottom
2,
of page 354.
Well, what paragraph? A?
2,
I'm sorry, A2,
2,
you're right.
H2C?
C, yeah.
A2C. It talks about decorative wrought iron is
Yeah,
allowed.
I'm with you now.
I think it should say maintenance-free or
So the other word on the next page is anodized aluminum grate. Is that what you want here as well?
yes,
Okay.
unless they come up with a titanium or other metal, but I think the planning staff would be reasonable
Yes.
in that interpretation.
Yes. All right. Moving on.
Gee, some people just don't like fences.
I have the same comment in 315B 3E.
Yeah, we added the analyzed aluminum grate there already.
It's already there.
Oh, but okay, it said okay, it repeats itself. Never mind. It's taken care of.
I think we're on
And-
321 now. Right?
Yeah, I believe we are in 321.
All right.
Anything before 321?
No, I don't think
Sybil,
so.
anything before that? Before
No.
urban design standards?
Mm-mm.
I have nothing except my definition.
We just wanted to make sure this mirrors the overlay district. That's correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
that's the
exactly
only-
right.
So basically, so we if we decide at some point to make the transition
Yes.
from this to
Yes.
this, that we're actually not changing anything of the technicalities, it's just the place.
We're eliminating duplicity.
Right. Duplicity? Something like that.
Are we over our?
Yeah, we're at 1140.
Okay. Yeah, so that's that whole section. So are we on 3.22 now?
Well, 3.24 is where my next comment is. Does anybody have anything prior to that?
Yeah, I don't. 3.24.
Richard, anything prior to
3.22 is fine.
23,
Civil,
fine.
driveways?
Trying to catch up with you. 3.24.
Yes, is driveways.
Yeah.
And I still have an issue because we're trying
Yeah. Okay.
feverishly on driveways, and I'm in 3.24A. We eliminated the old A, and now it was B. It's now driveway connections. The point I'm trying to support is that in BR1, where duplexes are allowed, that I look at them having 2 driveways separated by a minimum of 20 feet. A collective driveway not to exceed 20 feet, which may consist of 2 driveways separated by a minimum of 20 feet. What I think the spirit here is to have a duplex that has a reasonable driveway connection width. And for a duplex in BR1 to have a 20-foot driveway, a 20-foot open space, and a 20-foot driveway.
They're only allowed. It would have to be 10, 20, and then 10, or 120.
Yes.
All right, why do they need to be why does a duplex on Main Street need to have 2 driveways? I don't know of a situation where one 20-foot driveway centered or positioned wherever the people want to agree would be their delineated driveway.
I don't know. It's whatever we decided
I
last
thought
time.
we
Because
talked
we
about
talked
fleet.
about this in length.
Yeah, but I
last
thought
time.
we were looking at if you have a duplex, you could have the carports or the garages on the outside,
That's correct.
and then we would want a driveway on the outside and
Yep.
and enough for 2 parking spots in the middle. That's that 20-foot gap or whatever.
Yep.
But we said the alternative design you could come up with is the carports or the garages in the middle.
You just have one
and you
wherever
just
the
have
heck
one
you
20
put it,
footer.
and then
That was the 2 scenarios we were looking
Yes.
at. My memory says.
Yeah.
All right. Is this retroactive?
Oh yeah, we're
Okay,
rediscussing
so all
something
of
we
these
already.
people who have duplexes
Oh,
now
I'm
that
sorry.
have 2 driveways, and then they also park in the center, it stays. They're 2 homes, they have 4 bedrooms, they're gonna need more than 2 car parking places.
Well, then we're not talking about parking places. We're talking about where
The
that
driveway
driveway connection goes over top of the bike path, sidewalk, and onto the street.
Yeah, because
Because
once they
Because
get
right now, they're doing exactly what you
Because
say.
the
They're
way it's written
paving
now,
the
you
entire
could-
width of their property. with
And it's
stone.
their property, and they can
No,
do
it
that.
isn't. It's right away. It's the
Right, but it
town's
says
property.
here, it's already written in here, it's only talking about where it intersects the right of way.
which is 6
Once
feet.
you go on your own property, you could flare it out and
That's correct.
do whatever you
you
want.
could do whatever you want.
But
I disagree.
what I want is an opportunity for the town to be able to go into to BR1 and delineate driveway connections and have specific rules that they say to the people, tell us where you want your driveway. And does the planning board think that this achieves that?
We had a pretty long discussion
Yeah.
on this, and I was very happy with how it turned out. Because now
Yeah.
you do give the duplex, because there are duplexes where the homes are split in the middle and access is on left and right side. So to have a center driveway in there is not the most ideal. But bottom line is, you got 20 feet. If you want it in one section, fine. If you want 2 driveways, each one gets 10 through the right of way. Now, once you
Okay.
pass the right of way, you can put your car anywhere you want.
All right,
I think it's correct.
I'm off of this.
My only
Okay.
question is why is it only in certain zoning? Doesn't this apply to all zoning districts, residential zoning districts?
Well,
This is not an issue at present. The rule right now says it's the standard applies to the island only. We're just clarifying the districts that's applicable in.
So this
BR1,
is
BR2, CR1, and BB1.
yes, because we're trying to
because
tee
in
it up.
BR2, duplexes are not allowed anyway.
Right. But
No,
we're
duplexes,
just saying
right?
on the island, this is
They're single families, aren't they?
they're single families. Yeah,
They're single
But a
families.
duplex is not allowed in BR2.
that's correct. It's not, so
Oh.
it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
All right, as I said, I'm off of this.
Okay, good.
We go into 3.25 traffic impact study. I'd like the planning board to consider, and Wes and Chad with direct input here, into adding under A for 3.25 traffic impact study, a purpose. When we talk about a study, and it's in the last line, the purpose of the study is also to identify solutions, We had, I thought, very good wording in our conditional zoning conditions that we just are in the process of, that town council has just approved, where they added, under coaching from the planning board, they added a stipulation that's, and the town wasn't directly involved in this, that the traffic, that the TRC would be now made up of a traffic engineer paid for by the town, and that they could make I don't know what the wording is.
Assist with the driveway location.
And it isn't just driveway locations, but it is traffic. It isn't just the traffic. It has to do with traffic safety and not just driveway entrances. And I would like to have that in here for everybody, because a traffic impact study is something that we are probably never going to be able to trigger because of the 1,500. I think that's what we settled on. 1,500, trips per day. First of all, that's hard to even estimate. It's hard to demand. Somebody will say, no, it's only 1,400 that we're adding. And so I'd like to have the traffic impact study here, but I think that caveat about a less formal with the technical review committee being able to trigger that participant who's a traffic engineer as our consultant, certain requirements that would be mandated by that site-specific situation.
So, I mean, we can make this conceivably a lot simpler than it is then, and more or less just say that where a project proposes to have this many trips, then a traffic engineer retained by the town will be a participant as part of TRC and get rid of the rest of this.
I think we're limiting ourselves, though. There could be a situation where only 5 cars a day are going to be added, but it's a very unsafe situation. And to dump that onto our technical review committee, who are not experienced in traffic analysis. For an example, our fire department cares about where the hydrant is and how far apart they are, and can I get a 75-foot quint in and out of there to that fire. They do not care about whether that intersection is not safe for the traveling public. We've got lights and sirens on. We're going
So
in there.
one of the things that Lisa just texted me about, she, yeah, I mean, we can't obligate the town because that's going to be an expense at every application that comes in here. You're going to expense the town
With our consultant.
That's a tough ask. I mean, if it goes over 1,500, then it would trigger this. If it's under 1,500, then you have the TRC in place to make the decisions.
If I recall, we came up with that 1,500 because this ITE trip generation model was specific on how the developer had to do the math to get to a number.
Correct, and that's
that
standard.
number is even higher. We
I mean,
inch down to 1,500.
Yeah, and that standard. I mean, their engineers are going to have to put that number on there. They're not just going to be able to pull that out of a hat.
All right, I appreciate what you've been cued on there, and that
And I
certainly
mean,
is right. To have an additional,
and to be fully transparent is that when we do get an application in, I send it to DOT for TRC comment anyway. If they choose not to provide comment or it doesn't trigger anything with them, then the applicant is free and clear on that.
okay.
Well, is there perhaps a range beneath 1,500 where we would?
Wes said we were pushing that envelope at 1,500.
Yes.
That we would likely be overruled by state.
Their number's 3,000.
Yeah.
And they do not want to be involved in anything less than that.
Okay, so my suggestion is understand the cost situation, but to create a range, so it's not everything that has to be done, but on significance, so 1,000 to 3,000.
I would say if
we are entitled to add a traffic engineer's consultation.
I think the number is superfluous because then it's up to us to prove that number is in fact going to result from that new development or that new store or that new whatever. And I don't know that you can ever prove that.
Right.
Well,
I'm trying to address the issue of we don't want to have to spend money every time somebody wants to add 5 houses and is going to, but on issues that is not going to trigger a DOT review, but because, I mean, top 3 complaints is the traffic situation.
Now, the original language was 500 trips per day. We had this discussion.
Yeah.
NC DOT's at 3,000. We decided that a reasonable number would be 1,500, as determined by this ITE trip generation manual. So my final say is I'm fine the way it's written.
Okay.
But have at it.
Do we want to take it down to 1,000?
Before this agreement was arrived at, which I was satisfied with between staff and the conditional zoning folks in their latest application. I had wording, and I'm just going to read it, and then I'm going to back off of this. Such a study shall be required if the TRC identifies a particular situation that they feel could create or expand a public safety condition. The TRC can also require a less formal type study, meaning than a traffic impact study, performed by a qualified transportation planner. In other words, put that on the applicant to have somebody who has got qualifications that Chad is satisfied with, so that they've looked at that situation.
I like that addition. I think that's an
Well,
excellent.
I don't know that we can even do that
Yeah.
because it is subjective, but
I'd say if it's over the 1,500, then it triggers it. If it's under the 1,500, then the staff and TRC
but
have
the
to.
1,500 is going to be judged by somebody other than us, and and I don't like that. There could
Yeah.
be something that's an obvious issue,
Well, I
and
mean,
I don't think we have
the-
any
the-
teeth to tell them to move that.
the alternative then is just defer to what DOT is doing.
Yes.
And
Well,
I
but
mean,
a lot of these are going to be on. I'm sorry, I know I'm interrupting.
yeah.
Eastwood Bluffs is a perfect example.
Yep.
I want to get away from that, and we didn't even look at it. It went right over the TRC's head.
And
That
that's a
was only
major
how-
issue in Sea Trail.
Well, maybe this is not the right place. What are you trying to get at? I mean, a traffic study maybe is not what we're. I mean, I guess let's define the problem. Is you're saying that there's a safety issue.
I didn't know where else to insert it.
I know. So maybe let's look at it more holistically. We're in the wrong spot. Maybe in the wrong. Then that a safety issue could. In part of maybe in the appendix or the requirement section, should we just always give the TRC the opportunity to hire?
I mean,
It's up to them, the town, if they think they see some sort of safety issue to get an expert.
I'll be completely honest to where I was coming at with this. The only reason I wanted TIA or a traffic impact study in here is that if a project triggered it on DOT standards, then it would need to be submitted before.
He's right. I'm combining apples and oranges here.
Yeah.
Yes, the TRC, the traffic impact study should stay the way it is.
But hear me out.
I don't know where to insert this other.
Yeah, hear me out on this. The only reason I wanted the wording in here is that if a project did trip DOT's TIA requirement, I wanted it submitted before it came to planning board and not have to be done afterwards.
yeah. Well,
and,
right.
and that's still the case.
And that's
you know
good.
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something particularly on a town road that the traffic impact study is never going to be triggered, and we want the ability to be able to say you can't put this here. You must put it somewhere else, and then the applicant and that somebody with some credentials like a traffic engineer. Ron may be on it, or maybe you just said this, Richard.
Yeah.
That you would have the opportunity, if you could identify something up front, to bring in a traffic engineer who would have standing with the TRC, and you do that on an individual case basis.
If I needed to, I think if it warranted it, yes, I probably would anyway.
Now, do we have the right to man the TRC with whoever we choose? Or can it only be police, fire, and DPW and town staff?
I mean, I send it out to outside agencies that they just don't sit in the room with us. I mean, there's
Like Brunswick Electric or
Brunswick
telephone
Utility,
company
in Pender County we
Should
did
something on this
schools.
be put back way back at one.
Am I creating something here, a discussion that doesn't need to happen?
Well, I will just say that we are having some real issues. Traffic is a very big problem everywhere. But our local governments really are, particularly our smaller ones, are not equipped to handle this. And so we are requiring studies, doing things that don't ultimately necessarily result in anything, but an additional amount of cost.
Well, go ahead.
And so where they are being effective is if there's a TIA that DOT oversees.
Mhm.
And, you know, so
But otherwise, you say we're chasing a blind horse here.
I hate to say it, but yes, because what happens then is these things become effectively weaponized, if you will.
Because
Yeah, let me speak for just a second because here's the issue, and Pete makes an excellent point. Sometimes on very small, and Eastwood and Bluffs is a perfect example because the traffic situation back there and the way they made those roads is a mess. And it's going to get worse because.
Well, it'll get better once we get the other subdivision and the road can go through.
Right.
But right now,
But right now, and I just have to believe that if someone's expert eyes looked at that original plan, they would have moved a couple of things 20 feet. We don't have to get DOT involved. It's just a matter, hey, the developer put the driveway here
well,
and
it's
he
not
put
a
the cut
DOT
through
road,
there.
so the DOT would have no standing.
No standing. But we, the town, could say, don't put the driveway here and the cut through over here because that creates an issue.
So what I would do for that, I think that is a separate discussion of this, and there needs to be discussion with the administration that, hey, is it possible that we can have, and I know that the town already does have an engineer on retainer, that for projects that they're collectively proposing more than 50 units, it's sort of understood that one of the folks that gets the plans as part of TRC is the traffic engineer, and they provide comment. It doesn't need to be in here, but that's and that is what I think you need. And this is a separate thing that I think. Anyways, does that make sense?
Mike, let me put it. Let me try this. On section 2.5, it's the technical review committees and procedures, powers, and duties. We have two paragraphs here that maybe we want to do something with. It says the technical review
Be a
committee.
page, please.
It's at, well, section 2.5A, which is on our page 2.2-5 of the May 18th copy. The technical review committee may include but not necessarily be limited to the following individuals' departments: UDO administrator, building inspector, town administrator, fire department, the police department, public works department, and or planning board chair liaison. And then in 5, we say the UDO administrator
Yep.
may request the participation of professional experts
Yep.
or representative from a county, regional, or state.
I do that anyway.
Yes, but I wonder, do we need to add, would it be better to add some language here
Yes.
that says
I think so, because
That-
the applicant can't then complain that we're
that the
stacking them
UDO
up.
administrator may also consult professional experts that are not part of the county, regional, or state. In other words, give them flexibility to get a, we could just say traffic engineer if you want. The UDO may request the participation of a professional traffic expert engineer and put it in this section.
Sure, we can add from consulting agencies.
That would satisfy me.
Yeah.
So that gives the UDO administrator and the TRC the power to go and get a professional traffic engineer.
And then if Pete gets elected, he can appoint some dollars for figuring out. I mean, really and truly, you know, if a project in general is collectively proposed for more than 20 units or whatever, then that person's involved, and it's $500
Right.
or whatever,
So it's money well spent, right?
potentially.
I'm satisfied with that,
Yeah.
very much so.
Because I think the problems that I see, and Pete's a perfect example, Eastwood Bluffs, I think somebody that's trained would look at that thing for 15 minutes and go, no, you need to move this over here and that there, and we're done.
Well, but we've already
got it.
got an opportunity to have a planning board member present, which is another set of eyes and ears that isn't focused on
Right.
just fire or
So
just
we
police
agree
or
it's-
just DPW.
I know we're going way
Yeah.
back.
Let's
Okay,
do that.
no, this is a
Yeah,
good
it's okay to
suggestion.
make
Mike,
this addition
I have
at
another
2.5.
question.
Katie,
So my question is with 3.25, they do this. What do I do with it?
That
I think this stays the same.
Well, 3.2,
Well, what do I do with it? What does staff do with it?
that's the problem that I was alluding to that we're struggling with.
So, in other words, you say they,
If I make them go through it, because it's just another book that goes into the application, what do I do with it?
Well-
wouldn't it come to us then as part of the preliminary plat?
So my question, again, my whole thing of wanting this in here was, for example, we had a development that came through that did trigger TIA that got approved, but they had to do the TIA on the back end.
You're talking about sanctuary.
No. Sanctuary had to actually,
I
I'm
thought you were
talking
talking
about-
about Georgetown Road and 904 for the sanctuary.
no, I'm
Okay.
talking, well, that triggered it, but it
Okay.
was submitted to the town. I'm talking, right now, it's not required to be submitted to the town.
Okay.
At all.
But it
But
says
now,
here they have
now
to.
it would be.
It says here it has to implement it all.
So
But
you
that's-
want to implement, you want it submitted to the town.
if
right
it is
now.
triggered by DOT into
Right.
DOT standards.
Right.
But my question is that 3.25 overall, what do I do with the information that is submitted on a traffic
Well,
impact
the way I
study?
read it, maybe I just read it wrong. In E2, it says implementation for site plans prior to the issuance of a building permit. All required traffic impact recommendations shall be installed and inspected. I read that as if the study is triggered and the study says you got to do X, move a road 20 feet or whatever, it's got to be done.
Or have a decel lane or have something.
That's the way I read it. Did I read it wrong?
No, that's right. And the the problem with our local governments is one, being equipped to who is inspecting that, who is overseeing that it be installed. And so there's just some difficulties there because we are not set up as the DOT, right? The DOT is set up to understand those things versus our local governments. So
Right. Well, I would guess in my mind, I would say if the person that did the study and says you got to do X, that person would have to come out and say it's done.
Well, here's a perfect example of it. There was a decel lane required by the DOT for the extension from Outfitters going north towards Century 21.
Yep.
Chad is not, or Carrie is not going to issue a building, whatever it's called in here, a building permit until
It's done.
that's
that
right.
is either done or scheduled or assured that it is a part of the overall project. And it's certainly not going to be, they're not going to give an occupancy until that's done.
So are you anticipating that on streets that are non-DOT streets that Chad and Carrie are going to be overseeing?
It'll never happen. Traffic
Okay.
impact will never happen on a town
It-
street.
In other words, then
Why would?
why
would
don't
need
we take
It
this
would.
section out?
No,
I just can't envision 1,500 vehicles a day by anything that happens anywhere. Unless we put
Internally.
an amusement park in where the convention center is.
Right. And so
I guess well, we originally had 500 trips a day.
I know, and we
Okay, then we got it moved up because we thought it was a road.
But Wes thought that was unenforceable.
right. And now we're almost saying that
But
1,500
If I remember, there was a discussion on that manual on how you get to 1,500, how
Yep.
many houses that would be.
My recommendation would we remove 3.25
and then have the TRC
and
participation.
have the TRC, well, and add it in as a requirement of
Back in
of-
section, in Article 2.
under major site plans or major subdivisions, that if a TIA is triggered and required, then it has to be submitted before it is approved before it can be considered for approval for the planning board.
See where you're going.
To me, the key point here was to trigger the traffic impact study. And not just tie it to
Remove
dot
that
roads.
But I mean, that's the majority of what a TIA is triggered for anyways for
I'll
DOT
bring
roads.
it up right
Well, okay.
But once you trigger it, I don't know. You look at it, I would.
So right now they're supposed to be submitted.
Well,
This is your local one as part of an application for a rezoning, development, or subdivision approval permit. However, if it's a conditional zoning request, it's not submitted. It's submitted prior to the subdivision plat. So they would get the conditional zoning first, and then they do the TIA.
Correct.
and
We also need to add what Ron suggested back in Article 2 about the
Yeah,
And
that's
powers and
already
duties of the
Yeah, we've already added
that's
that.
been
Good,
that's been
good,
added.
good,
That's
good.
been added.
Did you get that, Katie?
Mm.
All right, for Katie's sake, we that's an important one. It needs to be in the record. Back on, Ron, you're the one that suggested the place.
I took my
It's-
finger off of it
Is
now.
it 2 point?
2.5, I think.
It's the 2.5, you're right. It's 2.5 under Technical Review Committee and Procedures. Now, where is it best to add that? Was it
I
under,
added.
under 3?
You're talking about I just added the consulting agencies before county, state, etc.
Mm.
Is that what we're talking about for
Yes.
TRC?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just says it's under 4. So the UDO
2.5.
may
Yes.
request the participation
Yes.
of professional experts
2.5
or a
A4.
representative from consulting agencies, comma, county, regional, etc.
Well, it's state
Yeah, so are
agencies.
we eliminating 3.25?
No.
Okay.
I
That's
don't
my
know that it
understanding.
hurts to have to keep it in there. Are you saying that it's not needed?
I'd say it's not needed. I'd say
Does
if
it hurt you to stay there? In case something comes up that we haven't, like an amusement park wants to go in where the
then
convention
have it
center is.
mirror the 3,000 trips a day as DOT would.
You're just trying to make it, I won't say that.
I'm not trying to be difficult, I promise. I'm just
I mean, if somebody, well,
All right,
the
I-
point
I-
was to trigger this study, we add a number lower than the dot number, right?
and are you satisfied with 1,500?
Yes,
All right,
I
let's
agreed
leave
to it previously,
We're-
so.
Sybil?
Okay, I'm sidestepping here, but I think what we need done, or what we are able to control, is what we're putting in the 2.54. I'm not sure which
Yes.
it is,
Yeah.
and this is just words that we can't enforce.
Well, but it's nice to have it in there in case some situation comes up on a DOT road that
Then we could put in a lot of these about a lot of different things, and I just think it's more confusing, and I think our whole goal is to make this easy. And my gosh, just reading that gave
But
me a headache.
we just went over things where you had NC dot roads intersecting non-NC dot roads that would have traffic impact that might or might not be addressed by NC dot.
Correct.
I think we're just trying to make the umbrella a little more far-reaching,
Yes.
that it covers places
I
that
agree with
NC dot may not even look at it, be under their purview, so that we could at least trigger the study. I would hope that if it's some sort of major development, I think we discussed at the meeting what we kind of thought how many homes or businesses would get that 1,500, and I don't remember any of those numbers. That it'd be somewhat substantial development, so that the developer would trigger this, they would do it, and I would think any good engineer or developer, when they got the study back and told them
214.
homes.
Yep.
Yeah. So if that came up, that want that looked
Jaguar's
at.
Lair is probably the only place that's going to be.
Well, you got groups.
larger than
You
that.
got another group of land way up here that has not been looked at. So
All right. Well, let's just
I
move
thought
on.
it's fine. I think it's fine the way it is
All right.
myself.
Yeah. With
I'd
the-
like to say that I want to insert, I think we finished with that.
Yep.
The next section would be 3.31, but I want to make just a discussion point here that we can do in 15 seconds. The planning board initially had a rule that we all unanimously agreed on, that the meetings would last 3 hours,
Mhm.
2 hours.
No,
And then we came back and we were under the gun to let's get some more progress. Let's block out more time in our schedules each day to stay to 3 hours. But I don't know that we put 3 hours on it. What we said, or what I understood, was that we said we should block out at least until noontime on a 9 a.m. meeting. And then we'd get to the point where we could see if people needed to leave or not. And if they needed to leave and we still had a quorum, we would continue on. Okay. Thank you. I would, because it's 10 after 12 and we've been here for a little over 3 hours, I would really like to get through section 3. And I say that very optimistically because the rest of, we've gone through the hardest parts of Article 3 already. And even though we're on page 70 or 68 of 95, I think we can roll through this in an hour or
Well,
so.
What's Wes's
Does
schedule?
anybody have a
Chad's
problem
schedule.
with staying here?
I could go to 1 o'clock for sure, but I don't know. These guys.
Yeah, I
could-
can.
Yeah,
Can
I
you?
can stay
All
until
right.
1,
Sybil?
maybe even 1:30.
Yes, I
Okay, Chad,
1 o'clock's fine.
Katie? Okay, like to make a motion that we continue on and attempt to finish with Article 3, and we'll stay here for no longer than 1:30.
I still move.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Moving on to vehicle storage, number 3.31. Does anybody have anything prior to that? 3.31.
No.
I've always been a fan of saying that the driveway needs to be stabilized so that we are not parking cars on the front lawn and saying that's my driveway. And so I would like to see the word stabilized added in 3.31A next to driveway.
We talked at length about that.
And I'm still not giving up, but yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not being
Sure.
disrespectful.
It's just we talked that it's unenforceable. I mean, basically, you're saying you can't park in a yard.
Can't park in your front lawn, yes.
Remember we talked about this.
I know. You say it's unenforceable. I think it is enforceable.
Well, how would it be done? I guess. Pete? I mean, this is UDO, which is building something. So, can we enforce the fact that you can't plan on something? I mean, you can't design a lot that has a structure that its parking is not accommodated for on a stabilized parking area, right? When you put your plans in, but
Well, a lot of it is people taking their boat trailer and parking it next to their house, and it just sits there. But
That's
it really
an HOA rule.
Yeah.
well,
It could be a
it-
town
it-
rule
it-
too.
It could, yes. It's addressed by certain HOAs, yes, but not in my neighborhood. It isn't.
You don't have an HOA.
Correct.
But
And they
all
don't
we can
want
do
one.
with the UDO is make sure that the property been designed properly to accommodate the required amount of.
Driveway is not
Yeah,
even required for a home. I mean, you can leave it naturally as grass.
So you're saying I'm not going to get anywhere with this.
You are going to
All right,
seriously
All
upset.
right,
an
I'm
apple
going to
cart.
move
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
and can we add under 3.31? Can we under vehicle storage? Can we add a D that says no vehicles for sale in non-residential zoning districts? No vehicles for sale in non-residential zoning districts.
So you can't sell your car.
In the parking lot of Food Lion, or I can't.
What if you want to put your car on Craigslist, add it, and you just want to sell it?
I got to do it on my own property I own. I can't.
That's what I
create
mean.
I can't create a used car lot
I don't know
on
what you're
somebody
saying.
else's
We
property.
already had that discussion. If you create a used car lot, then you are a home occupation. If you got people coming to your house,
Okay. So I can't
By-
sell it at my house either.
Yeah, you can't.
no one is going to enforce you selling. If you bought a new car and you got one you need to
Okay,
get rid of,
I'm moving on.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on.
But you can use. Yeah.
Does anybody have anything?
3.32 parking. We on?
Yep.
Yep.
I just have a question on one item on the table, and that's it. Anybody else got anything?
No.
The only question I have on the table is so I'm on table 3.4
Yes.
towards the end of the table, which exists on our page 373.
Huh?
In schools, public and private, the 2.25 per classroom, I understand completely. But do we we don't have schools, I guess, so I guess probably why we don't care so much. That doesn't seem to address schools that have adult students. Is that covered somewhere else? I mean, that seems perfectly fine for people 16 and under that don't drive. But if you had an adult education facility of some kind where they'd be bringing cars, that doesn't seem like that's going to work. But is that covered elsewhere that I just don't see? And of course, stating it's not likely. I don't believe we have any. Someone takes a storefront and creates a cooking school or whatever. They got one classroom, they get 2.25 cars. That doesn't seem
We
right.
can say adult education, and then we can add, I don't know, 1 per 500 square feet.
Or yeah, the 1 per
square feet.
200. What we use for maybe other things. I don't know.
Uh,
1 per 200 or
200 is like a retail where you got a lot of turnover.
Where it's,
yeah. So 1 per 500 or something.
Yeah, 1 per 500
okay,
is
so we're
similar
going
to
to add
like a library, museum,
Okay,
etc.
we're going to add somewhere on that list adult school, or whatever your wording
I would
is.
just adult education
Center.
1 per 500.
Yeah, good catch.
Yeah, it's not maybe never going to happen, I guess, but it just seemed like I couldn't find anything else where it fit.
It's not. Yeah, it's not in there.
Other than that, I think that's it. I love
Okay.
parking.
When if we go up on that same section, you were talking about the table 3.4.
Yeah.
If we go to G, plan and design criteria. No, never mind. I'm back. I already satisfied that question. Never mind. Now we're at 3.34, which is landscaping buffers. I have under 3.34B applicability. In the new wording we have under 1B1, we reference a section 3.24J. I think we mean 3.34I, but somebody check me on that.
Thank you.
There is no 3.24I. That's why I'm
So
saying it.
I just, why don't we just, I've tried to, why don't we just, rather than referencing a section so when this changes again, we just say landscape requirements for single can be found in the residential landscaping requirements section.
Okay.
Is that sufficient?
Yep.
Katie, got it?
Okay. That satisfies me.
Okay.
Under 3.34 landscaping buffers, if we go to C as in Charlie, on number C4, I feel we have an obligation, particularly after I went to 2 fires yesterday that had pine straw in them in residential situations, that the ground cover is mandatory, but it says the use of pine straw is discouraged due to combustibility.
Yep.
I think we have an obligation to at least show people that we do not support pine straw, even though we are not allowed to ban it from residential. We can only ban it from non-residential.
So what's the new word?
The use of under 4,
4B?
well, it could be,
Yeah, it's
it's
4B.
already there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It says it's strongly discouraged, but it doesn't say due to combustibility.
Well, okay, my bad here. I didn't realize it had been added down there under V. Thank you.
So just leave it as is.
I
You
think
then?
it's
wanna, I
fine.
mean,
Okay.
Pete, maybe you add something, and we're strongly discouraging it, but, add in that sentence, why?
Well, due to combustibility
Yeah, but-
would be my
Okay.
reason.
Yeah.
It isn't because it
So-
harbors snakes or other things like that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't care
So-
about that.
So
Right.
so leave that addition.
So
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
say
Due to
strongly
combustibility,
discouraged due
yes.
to
Okay,
combustibility.
got it. I got that change.
Okay.
And I apologize. I didn't
That's okay.
read further down.
And potential damage to surrounding homes.
Combustibility, I think,
All
takes
right.
care of it.
I'm moving all along here. In G for buffer yards,
Where you at?
G7.
G.
I'm on page 3-83, but it's G. It's
7,
for Katie's benefit.
G.
3.35, is that where we are here? 3.34 G, buffer yards. Under 7, we say buffer yards range in width from 5 to 15 foot. Don't they really go from 0 to 15 foot?
Well, you if it's 0, you're not required to have a buffer yard, so there would be no buffer yard. I mean, it can say 0. That's fine. Doesn't matter one way or the other. Right? Because if it's 0, it means you don't have to do one.
Yeah.
Okay.
A buffer
Alright,
yard
that
only
makes sense.
exists if
But
it's
it's actually 4 then, right?
it's actually nothing.
The 5 is 4. So we just had that discussion on that table. If you need a buffer yard, it can't be less than 4.
No,
right?
no.
that's a setback.
We're talking about the
That's a
landscape
different-
buffering
That's a different thing.
width.
That's okay.
Setback's
Yeah.
different.
So
than buffer yard.
residential to residential, you're not going to be required to buffer yard. You're just going to be required to do the point system.
All
right.
Under 3.34I, residential landscaping requirements, this is on page 3-85. Under I1, C as in Charlie, the last sentence there, the UDO administrator shall determine front yard area. Don't you mean front setback?
No, this is requiring. So I will be determining what consists of the front yard area when it comes to the replanting.
Okay, and I see that
No,
now.
does not
Okay.
talk
It's
about
not, we're not talking,
setbacks.
you're saying what is distinguishable as the front yard.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Never
When it comes to residential landscaping requirements,
Yes,
nothing else.
Okay, it's a different animal.
Yep.
Okay, I'm up to 3.35 tree preservation. Sybil, do you have anything in 3.35 specifically?
No.
And this is the only section I look at in the remaining of 3 that is got any complexity to it.
Okay.
I'll speak last. Ron, you have anything in 3.35?
Mr.
Richard?
Chair, if I may, real
Well,
quick.
again, we have this.
Hold it,
Sorry.
Chad.
If I may, real quick, we talked about tree preservation and we talked about going into this meeting. I know you and I had a conversation before this to have a mirroring exactly what we just approved with the conditional zoning.
Yes, and my point really was that in areas that are, well, the conditional zoning was unique because there were areas that
Sure.
were designated as to be preserved.
Sure.
And what we
But-
didn't want is to allow that area then to eliminate virtually any other mitigation that would have to take
Sure.
place for buildings.
But when it comes
Because
to
they
tree
get credit for it.
preservation, when it comes to tree preservation, Wes and I have had discussions of what we have created could be potentially too strict. And
In here?
Especially dealing with the BOA, having to have a variance removed, because if you remember on a variance, you have to meet certain criteria to be granted a variance. In my opinion, that is too strict for a tree to be removed. In my opinion, I think we should just take what was approved in the conditional zoning, that language specifically when it comes to that document, and mirror what's in here.
In other words, it puts the onus on you as
Yes.
the UDO administrator as
Yes.
opposed to making somebody go to the Board of Adjustment.
Yes.
But where is that Board of Adjustment section?
Wes?
It would just be variance.
It's in 4, right? C4?
C4 and 5.
Yeah, so we can talk about
Yes,
that.
and I crossed that out here, and I said permission from UDO administrator.
But I know Richard wanted to interject.
Sorry
here.
to cut you off there, Richard, but
That's okay.
Chad was,
Yeah, this was another situation where, again, I don't see southern red oaks in the regulated trees section.
It's any other tree species would be subject to the 18 inches.
Right, but sometimes live red oaks aren't going to reach that criteria. They're typically they have a narrower, low trunk, unlike live oaks, which are wide at the bottom and spread out low to the ground.
so what are you saying? You want to have southern red oaks
Southern red
added to
oak.
this list?
Yes, to tree species in that first box to the left in 3.12.
Okay?
So it'll be regulated at 4 inches instead of 18 inches. That's what makes the
Yes,
difference.
Correct.
that's the resultant here. Does anybody have a problem with that?
No.
I don't know the difference, so.
I don't either.
This would be, any other tree species would be potentially increased to what?
Pine trees would be increased to 30.
Okay,
does-
yes, what they're gonna
But-
talk about now is what they
Does
agreed
anyone
with.
else have any comments on the tree?
No.
No.
Okay.
Never done
The yeah, there's two things. Getting rid of the BOA. My only thought after going through this was that to grant some type of, and I know Pete, this may be an issue, to help try to incentivize protection of the larger trees, granting some type of credit.
Even pine trees.
Not pine trees,
Okay.
but let's just say what we have defined here as a heritage tree, that if they're able to keep those, they're not required to, they can grant those, they can be granted,
They can get credit.
they could get credit so that conceivably they could save, if in their minds they got to plant 15 2-inch oaks that's going to cost them 20 grand, they may think, well, man, let's try to figure out how to save this tree. So I don't know. It's not. Look, it's this is a tough thing to sort out any way you look at it. So
So right now, let me make sure I understand the changes you guys are asking for. The heritage tree, the 32-inch live oak, pond cypress, bald cypress, or longleaf pine, requires the BOA to get involved to give a variance approval.
that's
So
correct.
one suggestion is I'll move from BOA to UDO administrator.
Well, it would say that it still has to be. You can remove it. Still has to be mitigated. However, if you're able to save it, then you're able to utilize credits from that across the entirety of the site.
But I guess again, we're back to where we were, where I almost jumped out of my chair into the TV on YouTube. On the credits thing, I guess I'm okay with considering credits, as long as it's not a credit for taking a tree you couldn't remove for any other reason. Like it was in the buffer, or it was in the wetland, or in other words, it was in a buildable area and you chose not to build in it. I'm open to some sort of credit, maybe not 100% credit,
For saving that tree.
for saving a tree that you actually saved, not that you didn't save because you couldn't build, you couldn't do
So,
anything
in other
with
words, it wouldn't be in the 404 wetland.
it. Right.
Okay.
Or in the buffer, maybe.
Or within a setback.
Right.
A setback, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think you should get credit for a tree you couldn't take out anyway, just to get the credit.
Yeah.
But if you're moving your building around, or the
To try to
parking
keep a
to
tree.
try to save it, then yes, I'm open to some credit.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm open to
How do we
100%.
word that?
So it would just be that
And where do we have that?
it would just say that heritage trees, which are protected, heritage trees which are protected and not located within a 404 wetland or within a required buffer yard or setback, may utilize the amount of whatever inches kept
Would be
to
a credit
offset
for those.
mitigation of any other
All right,
trees
where
on
do we-
site.
Where do we put that?
That would be under 4. We would reword 4 that way.
Okay. And where we're also taking out the variance by the Board of Adjustment.
That's right. That would be removed.
And that would be done by the
I-
UDO administrator.
If I might say, because I have 5 large trees around my house that will not go away in my lifetime if I can help it. It also prohibits how much you can plant because the root systems and the shade from the tree limit what you can plant in your yard.
Yeah.
And so I think it's good that we give them extra credit for that because
Good.
they're
Yes,
going to have,
Good point.
yeah.
All right. Is that? I'm satisfied here. I just
Well, the only
want.
thing I want to second this.
I don't
discussion.
want credit for stuff that they couldn't take down anyway.
Yes.
That
makes sense.
I think Wes has got that.
So
And then,
that wording needs to be specific.
do we want to give them 100% credit? I'm going
I
back to my
would.
feeling a couple weeks when, I mean,
I have no problem with that.
so in other words, if they save a 32-inch or whatever oak in a buildable area, they do not have to mitigate anything for it.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the canopy that's on that 32 oak.
Yeah.
It's going to be well exceed
Anything that they're
15
going to replant back.
replanted.
4-inch
Okay.
or whatever
Yeah.
the number.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we were comfortable. So, okay, I'm getting more comfortable with that.
Are we changing the regulated trees from 18 inches and we're bumping that up to some other number?
Any other tree species will stay at 18. Pine trees would go to 30.
Okay, this is,
So we're changing
okay,
that
so there'll be
32.
an added box for pine trees.
Yes, sir.
So
Well,
just
can't-
just longleaf pines, right? So longleaf.
Longleaf pines would remain a
That's
heritage
a
tree.
Heritage tree.
Yeah. Yep. At 32 inches,
Yeah,
and
it's-
then
it's listed
any
in the top of that next page.
any
It's longleaf pines.
So any pine.
any pine at 30 inches. Yep. I mean, we can, or we can just
So
be
we're adding another-
consistent and do 32, but pine trees, or just leave it as 30. 30. Any pine would be that is 30 inches and it's not a longleaf would be a regulated tree and it's going to require mitigation.
Right, and
Okay,
a heritage tree.
So
would be
basically, adding
32.
a third category
Mhm.
in
Yes.
the regulated tree, which would be any pine.
Yep.
And the DVH is 30 inches.
Yep.
Okay.
And then because I don't want to beat this horse anymore. The last concern that I have about this is that if a site is so constrained that all of the trees cannot be planted on site, whether or not the town needs to have a mitigation fund, and that that's a dedicated line item for planting trees.
And trees in lieu of.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, we did that with the conditional zoning. We allowed it to plant in any of the 22 sites.
And
So
that
it's-
was a unique condition.
but
What we
In
may
most
run
cases, you're on one site.
that's right.
I
So
guess
what do you do?
I'm not comfortable with the funding part. I want to see the trees.
That's where it gets tricky.
But
All
I
right,
am-
let's leave it as is. If someone needs to get a variance or propose a text amendment to have a
They
fee
can
in
do
lieu,
it.
then they can do it.
I mean,
Right.
okay. I'm fine that way too. I
Okay.
guess I'm somewhat open-minded to the sole constraint. You know, 50 inches of tree you just can't plant somewhere. I'd be open-minded to those 50 inches of tree being planted somewhere in the town, but I'm not really interested in money.
Got it.
I want the
Yeah,
tree
we're
in the
not-
ground.
Money is not the item here.
Right. It's the tree in the ground.
And per the UDO administrator's agreement,
Last
something-
question then, because I want to move on too. Pete, you know this town well. So if someone says they've got, or this is a question for Chad, that they've got 12 trees they can't plant on site, where do we put them? Can the town handle that, or is that going to create a mess?
I think Chad can handle that. I mean, we've got situations right now with majestic oaks where we could plant some trees there. We've
I'm
got
gonna leave it up to the public
we've
works
got-
department.
we've
Leave it up
got
to public.
areas
We can
within
figure it
our
out.
area where we can. I
Yeah,
think,
Lisa just texted me and she goes, plant tree on town property.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's
So, all
And
right.
we've got some FEMA buyout properties. I think we've got 1 or 2 lots we could actually utilize for that as well.
All right,
Like I
let's
said-
not put that provision in here, but if it comes up, then that'll be in the back pocket.
yes.
Okay.
Signs.
Yep.
All right. Going on to signs.
Point
Lot
41.
clearing, I'm assuming is fine. 336.
Yeah, I was done with that. Anybody having anything on lot clearing? I think the new verbiage we have here. We're going to signs.
My only change regarding with the signs,
Oh, signs.
Ooh.
341.
341, my only change with the sign is to take the A-frames and allow them like we did with feather flags.
I agree.
Okay.
With the same stipulations that we have with feather flags.
So do feather flags and
Everybody understand what an
A-frames.
A-frame sign is?
Yep.
I
Okay.
think they're valuable for our
Businesses.
to be
So
able
it
to
would just be
advertise.
removed from.
And,
Well, I'm sorry.
look at
I've
signs
got
now.
lost. What are you talking about? The
well,
A-frame?
you know what we did for feather flags? Where
Yes.
we allowed them, they're limited
Yeah.
to 1 per store, and you can't have 2 feather flags. If there's a series of stores, there must be a certain distance apart.
Mr.
Must be
Chair,
off the right of way.
yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, if you look at, we'll start here. If you look at D, 3.41D, no, excuse me, 3.41C,
We're at 341C.
D,
Mhm.
no, excuse me, 3.41D prohibited signs.
Yeah, but 3.14C
A-
allows
A-
feather
A-
flags
A-
in
A-
S.
Short. I'm going back to that. So
Okay.
if you
Got
start
it.
with D, you'll see as in DF, D1F, you'll see A-frame signs are prohibited. So strike through that.
Do you
And-
see that, Katie?
3.41D.
D1E,
We're gonna strike through that.
D1F,
What? B, F.
A-frame signs.
and then take removing A-frames from prohibited and allowing it. Just put it next to feather flags and A-frame. Just allow
So
it.
under 3.41CS, it would be feather flags
And
and
A-frame.
A-frame signs.
That's correct.
All right, but
You see that, Katie?
let me add. I don't think we want those to be 10 feet
This
high.
is very true.
So
We need a new section.
I've got common. We've got places I can pull some A-frame
Okay.
items, so there'll be a new T
Okay.
for A-frame.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, my fault on the.
I
That's
see what
okay.
you mean. The
But-
heights in there.
But essentially, we're removing it from prohibited.
Well, we
Yeah,
already
so
have a T, election signs.
But
We'll just
that'll
bump it
go
down.
to you,
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Or
You're
I'll
just going
ju-
to keep them together.
or I'll just add it at whatever.
Do what you're going to do.
Okay.
So we need the height being the item that between a
There'll be
feather flag
U
and an
for
A-frame.
A-frame.
Yeah.
Well, let's decide on the height. I think it should be no taller than what? 3 feet?
4
Tip-
feet.
Typically,
feet.
that's what it is.
What's important to me is the number of them and the spacing
Right.
and the right of way. But the height, I think, do we agree on 4 feet, the
Yeah,
board?
4 feet's fine.
Okay.
I had a thing just above that. That in P1,
Yes. Thank you.
the sign shall not exceed 6 feet. My note said that we have
12 feet.
12 feet, square
That's
feet
what I
for
had
that.
too.
In
Under
the
P high. And Katie, that is 3.41 CPI.
Roman numeral 1, you I 1.
Signs shall not exceed 12.
Yes, 12 square feet.
And it's on page,
3-98.
okay.
All right. Got it.
Okay, we've moved beyond prohibited signs, all through G. Again, we're on 3.41 signs, and we're making good progress.
Well, H, the wall signs, we have to update.
Yeah, no, and that language has been sent to Wes, so it will be updated. You
Yeah.
beat me to it.
So H5 is going to be updated.
Yes,
H5, yes.
yes,
Added with the new wording for our
With the-
25,000 square foot stores.
that's correct.
Good point, Ron.
I'm sorry, what was the change for P1?
And I just want to make sure.
Remember what we did for the 25,000 square foot? We added the
Yeah.
wall sign changes.
Yeah.
We don't know what that change is going to be. They're going to put that same wording in that's gone before town council.
For temporary off-premise.
Is that clear, Katie?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Temporary off-premise. I had in my notes to not change.
Where are we?
What we just changed from 6 to 12 square feet. I have in my notes that it was initially to be changed and then decided otherwise to keep it at 6.
I was reading minutes, I think.
I don't know where I got it from, but
I
I
thought I got it from the minutes.
independently came up with that when I was editing this. So
Because I have it stricken, I have it crossed out, but then I have written in my notes and circled "stet" in other words, which is my editorial to not change it.
I'm looking at the minutes dated, the minutes of meeting March 2nd, 2023. It was under a different section, section 3.31 PI. Sign shall not exceed 6 is crossed out and 12 square feet is added.
Well, for whatever reason, I haven't clearly
Well,
said that we went
You
let's
wanna
back.
see
talk,
this?
let's
Yeah.
briefly talk about it.
So that's the difference between a 3x2 sign or a 4x.
That's a big
Yeah,
That's a
off.
4x3
I would
versus
say-
a 3x2.
I would say leave it at 6 because that's a 3x2. That is pretty standard.
And I think that there's already a banner. There's already a banner on the previous page.
Yeah, but the banner is on site.
Right.
I think we decided to change.
Because this would be off premise. That's a big off premise sign.
I think somebody said that there already
Didn't you say
existed
that was
bigger.
an issue with pulling those too?
It
You're gonna have
could
to
be.
start pulling 12 square foot signs and
Mhm.
putting them in the truck.
That's correct.
I would say that's
Well, I'm just,
yeah.
I came
That's a-
across it.
That's going from a 3x2 to a 6x2. That's a 6 foot by 2
I think
foot
Are you
thing.
that
going to
was-
enforce this?
Hmm?
Hope you're not.
I think that it
I'm
got
in trouble.
Yeah, you can go out there and
Do you have a
see me
bigger
try to
sign
pick up
already?
a sign that's as big as I
No,
am.
this had nothing to do with me
Oh.
personally.
I'm 6 foot tall, 6'2". Having to
All
go
right,
out there and try to
Well,
pull.
I'm just
Will
reading.
you accept?
The minutes clearly said we changed it from 6 to 12.
fine. I'm
But I
telling
don't
you,
know.
what my notes are, and the minutes are one thing, but
Yeah.
I have I even have 12 written here and then crossed through.
Let's go to the reasonableness of it. An off-premise sign, 12 square feet or 6 square feet. This is a temporary event sign. It is not on the premises where it's going to take place, like the town
Typically,
park.
A sign that ends up getting picked up.
Yeah.
Like an open house sign or something
Mhm.
like that.
Yard sale sign.
And folks end up coming to pick them up. It's usually
Ron?
the size of a real estate sign. I recall that it was brought up under the guise that it was a banner or event sign or something like that, and then we realized that this is not.
I have to recuse myself.
Well, I guess as the temporary banners,
There's a special event sign.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
allowed to be 32 square feet. And where that falls is our town park
mhm,
has various events. And there's a 32, the posts have been put up there to take a 32 square foot banner. And they're standardized. But that's on premises. And I believe you.
yeah, I believe you.
I have it written
I
there.
believe you. I believe
Okay.
you.
Mhm.
It's- Your integrity is
Unquestioned.
rarely questioned.
What about for the circle, the signs that are in the circle?
They're off-premise signs.
How
Yeah.
big are they?
So if you want those to be 6 foot tall and 2 foot wide,
No.
no, and then
what
you need to leave it
dimension
at
are they?
6 square feet.
I think they're bigger than 6 square feet
So-
now.
No, there'd be a
So
3
what
by
size
2.
is it supposed to be? Do we think it's supposed to be?
3 by 2.
3 by 2,
3 by 2.
which
Okay.
was to be 6 square feet. You don't want to. I promise you, when you see a 6 by 2 sign out in the right of way, that's going to be the first thing we have to do
It's
come
taken.
January. Is we'll be changing
Okay.
this.
Back to 6 square feet. Done.
Done.
Fixed.
All right. Sorry. And this is no, Katie, we're not,
Nope.
Katie's got a lot. Yeah. All right. Moving on.
All right. I've got nothing unless somebody else does until
Nope. That's it. We're done, right?
We're done.
Or not somebody has something on 3.42, nonconformities. That's a favorite of Chad and Wes's, so.
It's not.
Huh?
It's not.
No? Then we're on
all right,
4.
I'm finished with 3.
Yeah.
We're done.
We can move on and work on 4 if
Mr. Chair,
pleasure.
can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I know we will be coming back in the first meeting in August. My
Yes.
plan is to try not to utilize that Friday meeting as much as possible. Is there any changes that you have to Article 5, the flood damage prevention ordinance at all?
Well, do you want to ask that question about 4?
Yeah.
Actually, I do.
I have none.
Okay.
On 4. Hold on. Well, I'm questioning whether a change has been made right here on that.
Sure.
What
Which one?
page?
Oh, it's in section 4.14, subdivision street tree canopy on the top. Small understory trees shall be spaced. We've striked out the 25 feet and not put a new number in.
4.1.
4
Right.
point
4.14A,
1
Two.
4.
A.
A2A.
2A.
Understory trees shall be spaced, striked
Yeah,
out 25
that
feet.
was a mistake. I can't remember. It was supposed to be consistent with.
I think the 25 feet stayed in.
We were, yeah, it is. And we were going, because we had 40 feet, and we said, no, let's have 2 numbers, 25 and
25
50.
and 50.
It's whatever was the consistency with the,
Ron's right, 25 feet.
The 25 feet should not have been struck out. The 45 should have been struck and changed to 50 for the large trees.
So 3.14.
No,
No.
4.14.
4.14 A
0.14. That's what
A.
threw you off. Yeah.
A2A.
A
Sorry.
Me
to
too.
A. The strikeout of 25 feet is incorrect. It should not be struck out.
Right. Anything else, Ron? You're hot now.
I'm hot?
Anything else?
wait,
in
wait,
four?
wait, sorry, 20, it should be 25 feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
For
the
the
45
small-
is struck through
for
is
the
correct and
understory
just change it
trees.
to 50.
That's the only thing I found in 4.
Okay.
All right. Richard, anything in 4?
Nope.
No.
I have nothing.
Nice.
Sybil?
No.
We're looking at number 5, and now we'll go to Chad's question.
Sorry. I thought
Um,
I was misunderstood. I thought there would have been stuff in 4. My apologies.
You want stuff in 4? We could talk
No,
about
I'm
it.
good.
We got
I
time.
was-
I've
I was
been-
assuming, and
I've
you
been
know where that
chastised
gets you.
not to talk about grammar or wording, so I
Sorry.
I got nothing. Where I was before, the flood people experts got to write this flood section, not me. So
And potentially in the next 6 months, I will have an amendment to this, but that's only as it comes through via flood FEMA regulations.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, I finally got my notes. This is supposed to be 20 for understory trees.
25.
25.
I have my notes, it says 20.
Well,
Because,
okay.
because
gotta
we
find
have
it.
it somewhere else that it's 20. I can't recall where.
So you
I'm
think
sorry. I just forgot to add in 20. It got stricken, but
Let me try to
I
find
mean,
it.
I'd rather have 20. But
Yeah,
I
20
don't-
is good.
that's what I have that we changed it to.
So keep it at 20.
No,
Well,
it would be changed from 25 to 20.
It had been struck at 25.
The 25 was struck.
Katie, do you have that back again?
Understory trees represent 20 feet on it.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
Board, everybody agree that we're
Yep.
going to just do that?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Anything else? There's nothing
On
else in
5.
4. We agreed we're on 5 for flood damage, and Chad gave us some information.
Keeping 50 feet on center?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
For canopy
Keeping
trees.
50.
Keeping 50.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you very briefly, I might have an amendment to this, but that's only after it comes down through FEMA, and that's just prior knowledge that I have.
Well, I
So
don't know
other
that we
than
had a
that-
lot of discussions about
Yeah.
Article 5 anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty regulated.
When we were,
Yeah.
yes, before. I'm going to look at my notes real quickly because I don't want to, I want to respect this section because it's important.
Nope. I got nothing on 5. I think the definitions are all good too.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I didn't get
Something got
through.
fixed there, yeah.
I didn't think we were going to get this far, so I didn't review 5, but I think this is all pretty.
I did quickly.
And again, the floodplain administrator is
Me.
you.
Mhm.
Okay, I didn't know if it was Lisa, you,
It's me.
Katie,
Mm-mm.
Carrie,
Mm-mm.
Matt.
Mm-mm.
I'm turning pages, but that's good.
ES
Pardon?
3.41.
Can I do what?
Can you give me the change on that?
3.41 CS.
That was the A-frame sign.
No, he hasn't
Yeah,
written
I
it.
haven't. It will be new.
He hasn't
got it.
authored it yet.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
The only thing we said for the minutes is that we have a maximum height of 4 feet.
And it'll be standardized language.
Okay. I got that.
Okay.
Um, I had a little bit of difficulty in 5 because it was the first time I really started looking at a place for definitions that had to do with the floods,
Hmm.
as opposed to definitions that are at the end of our section 7. that deal with everything. I struggle with wanting to really do that because a definition is a definition, but I think Wes felt that it was important to segregate those topic-specific definitions unique to that article.
I'm
I
okay
just
with
don't
it.
like to have
with
the-
it.
I'm okay with it. I
If
just-
somebody says, what is
I
an
didn't find
existing
any
building
redundancy.
addition, and I go through our definitions, I can't find it. But it's under flood.
They were mistakenly put there.
Well, I
First
mean,
go around.
in the definition,
Right. I'm just using that as an
Yeah,
example.
but yeah.
It's
yeah.
poor
I mean,
example.
this is more of a textual, but in these definitions that are in flood, can you include them in 7 with merely a note that says,
No.
see C6, see the definition under floods?
I mean,
In that case, move it if you're going to do it that way. Then
I
just-
mean, we would just move the entirety of it.
Either combine them all
Either
in
combine
one
them or
or
stick
keep
the-
them the
All
way you
right,
have
no
them.
problem.
But they would have to
What's
be.
more appropriate is always. It seemed like separate was more the appropriate way people are doing it now
Okay.
because of their sort of technical specificity or whatever.
Well, we also have wind. What's the other section we've done that in?
wireless,
Wireless.
Well-
Wireless.
so that they are not taken out of context.
Yeah, that really does make a lot of sense.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Speaking of wireless,
I was.
Do we stop there, or if there's
I'm
questions
going to
about wireless?
suggest because Ron was kind enough to share with me that he was going to rely on my expertise to review Chapter 6, but I didn't think we were going to get this far, so I haven't really done the deep dive
That
on
was a
this.
mistake.
yeah. Well,
So if we could
I
skip
did
that
go
and
through
go
the
to 7
wireless, and I get
or
it.
adjourn.
I think the changes that have been made look
thought we were
pretty much
supposed to do this
appropriate to
all
me.
day.
That's what you guys asked for.
Yeah.
She said
We've been
that
here for 4 hours.
set aside
Yep.
all-
We
I
pick up.
think picking up again on the 3rd of August with wireless
Sounds good.
would
Be
be
good.
awesome.
Because and I haven't checked to see the language that you inserted in here, Wes, but the only thing that I was kind of harping on was the to introduce as part of the consideration set full coverage of and that could mitigate certain restrictions.
No,
All right, you choose your words on that
Yeah.
over the next couple
No.
of weeks.
You got it.
You
you
might
have to
get
tell
my
me which notebook it goes in.
you might get my support.
This is
These
the
are-
first time
Well, you
around.
and I have gone
Second
over
time
what
around.
the issue is.
What's
so-
that?
Let me ask
This
Wes
is
a
the
question on
revised
this.
Article 1.
So this is
and-
Article. Okay, this is Article 1 only,
Are we going
and
through
2.
that
but
again?
we
Based
just
on
did-
what we discussed.
So if you make further changes to like 2, which we did, you're going to give us just a new page.
Yeah, I mean, those were so. What did we make to 2? Was there 2? minor-
TRC.
TRC, we
That's
added
it.
that they can add a
One clause. Yes, I can try to have that page, but
Just
we're
a
gonna
page.
get to the point where y'all are gonna have to be comfortable saying, "Hey, we make a recommendation subject to X, Y, and Z." It's still gonna go to public hearing in the council, so if something gets missed, you can let us know. But it may not be possible for you to have a book in terms
Yeah.
of time, right?
We will eventually.
Yes.
Eventually, yes, when it's adopted, everything will be included.
And that's what I was going to make
No,
a.
but before it goes to a public hearing, we have to have a final copy.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes. Yes. When it goes to yes. Once you guys make a recommendation, I'll go and make those changes,
Yes.
and then we'll go. Then I'll go to council with
Because then council's going to have some changes.
it. Exactly.
So
I will say the August 3rd meeting, just be prepared to, I would like to be prepared to make a recommendation to council at that meeting.
I think we have a high degree of confidence that we can
Yeah.
do that. We're already up to Article 6.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
prepare yourself. Yes,
I-
sir.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because, like I said, I have all the notebooks. I have
These are the newest things we have. They should
that we just
replace
did,
1
that
and
we
2.
went through, and we're
No.
going to go through them again.
No,
No.
no.
No, this is just okay. This
You-
is the
it's just
final.
a copy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a final unless Wes decides to update a page.
Okay.
The agenda here.
So well, then let me be clear on that. On August 3rd, are you anticipating that you're gonna have a new 3?
from you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Is that possible?
I'm not sure that that's possible. I'm going to be out. Actually,
It's not mandatory,
all of next
No,
week.
we're just wondering.
just like this 1 and 2 wasn't mandatory.
what's-
Now,
Okay.
you
All
could
right.
give us all everything at the end if you
But we're,
Okay.
chose.
but we're okay on time, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I am confused because I thought Lisa said we set aside these 3 entire days.
So I would
Because the final draft is August.
And
It's
So-
that time frame is not something the town staff wants to support any longer.
Oh, since when?
Well,
since
for the
when
last
Lisa
2
stood
months.
up there.
Oh,
And it has to do with the elections coming up and the town council's ability to vote on certain things within a window of elections.
Well, they have to approve this before November.
Yes,
Before
Or they
November.
have to wait until February.
that's correct. I would try not to use the August 4th meeting.
Me too.
That's because it's a Friday.
Me too.
And so if we could,
I think I have a high degree of confidence that we can finish on the 3rd of August, which is our next meeting.
but you're saying we're not allowed to use the 17th meeting for this.
Right.
Well,
the 17th meeting, it will go
no,
to
because
council.
they're trying to get this to town council on the agenda.
The
for their
schedule the
meeting
public
on
hearing.
the 14th of
That's
August.
correct.
okay, I
Right,
think
Katie?
I'm with you now.
Okay. They need a certain amount of time. That's why the 4th was one of our last opportunities
Yes.
to finish this so that staff would have enough time to put everything together, get it on the advertised agenda for town council.
So what I hear is because today's changes we won't get to see it before we vote on it.
You would be making a motion to recommend subject to all of the changes. I am not going to have the ability
To get it.
get that to you by the 3rd.
Right.
I will be out all the way until the 2nd.
Yeah, but our vote next, if we have it at the next meeting, wouldn't include stuff we've talked about at that next meeting
That's
anyway.
correct.
So,
Well,
You
that's what
would
I mean. So there'd be no gap between the final discussion and then the, okay, because we're not able to use the
Now,
17th.
where does
No.
the date of the town council meeting that they want?
14th of August,
Would it
14th
make
of August.
sense to move
Mike.
folks?
the 14th of August.
And I mean,
Would it make sense to perhaps move the potential August 4th meeting to the following week in case we need
It
to?
does not give her enough time to be able to put it on the agenda for the council meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the drop dead date's the 4th no matter what.
so
Yes.
Hopefully the 3rd we're done or the 4th.
Yes.
Yes.
that's right.
Okay.
And that and that I will pledge to you all also, once you see any final draft revisions, if they are not in accord with what you
We'll
agreed,
still have that opportunity.
100%, I will make that known to the council that this, or this was supposed to be this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock. We've been 4 hours into this.
Thank you, everybody.
The next item is public comments. Seeing that we have nobody in attendance, I'd like to, our next meeting will be on Thursday, 8th of August.
3rd
Third.
of August.
I'm sorry,
I didn't mean to yell.
August the 3rd, excuse me, at 9 a.m. here in council chambers. I'd like to entertain a motion that we're adjourning. Are we adjourning this? Because the other meeting has already been set. Okay, we're adjourning this meeting.
I so move.
Can we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.